Our guest of honor, Yang Mulia Pengyun Haji Rosli bin Pengyun Haji Halus, Director Administration and Finance with the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports. Yang Mulia Pengyun Haji Matusin Pengyun Haji Matasan, the President of the Football Association Brunei Darussalam, our Executive Committee members, our AFC delegations, our distinguished speakers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and a very warm welcome to this football forum in conjunction with the 39th National Day of Brunei Darussalam. Where do we go from here? Today, we hope to have a full day of presentations and discussions and dialogues brought to you by the FABD, and thank you all so much for joining us. We'd like to begin with a recital of Surah Al-Fatiha and Doa Salamat, read by Yang Mulia Imam Abdul Razak bin Haji Samad.
استغفر الله العظيم استغفر الله العظيم استغفر الله العظيم الذي لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم وأتوب إليه. الفاتحة بنية القبول وتمام كل سؤل ومأمول وصلاح الشأن ظاهرا وباطنا في الدين والدنيا والآخرة، دافعة لكل شر جالبة لكل خير لنا ولأحبابنا ولأزواجنا ولوالدينا ولمشايخنا ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات ولحضرة المصطفى رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. آمين 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 آمين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله حمدا كثيرا طيبا مباركا فيه مباركا عليه كما يحب ربنا ويرضى. اللهم صل وسلم على سيدنا محمد ذي القدر العظيم وعلى آل نبي الله العظيم وعلى أصحابه العظام. اللهم إنا نسألك بأن لك الحمد لا إله إلا أنت الحنان المنان بديع السماوات والأرض ذو الجلال والإكرام يا حي يا قيوم. اللهم ألف بين قلوبنا على الخير وأصلح ذات بيننا واهدنا سبل السلام ونجنا من الظلمات إلى النور وجنبنا الفواحش ما ظهر منها وما بطن. اللهم رب جبريل وميكائيل وإسرافيل فاطر السماوات والأرض عالم الغيب والشهادة أنت تحكم بين عبادك فيما كانوا فيه يختلفون. اهدنا لما اختلف فيه من الحق بإذنك إنك تهدي من تشاء إلى صراط مستقيم. اللهم بارك لنا في أسماعنا وأبصارنا وقلوبنا وأزواجنا وأرزاقنا وآرائنا في مجلسنا هذا وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم واجعلنا شاكرين لنعمتك مثنين بها قابلين بها وأتمها علينا. اللهم إنا نسألك خير هذا المجلس Forum Bola Sepak 2023 sempena Hari Kebangsaan Brunei 2000 ke-39 tahun wa barakatuhu awwalahu wa khaira ma ba'dah wa na'udzu bika min syarrihi wa afatihi awwalahu wa akhirahu wa ma ba'dah. Allahumma inna na'udzu bika min syururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. Allahumma arinal haqqa haqqan warzuqna ittiba'ah wa arinal batila batila warzuqna ijtinabah bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Allahumma inna nas'aluka bi asma'ikal husna wa sifatikal 'uzma wa kalimatikat tammah أن تلحظ بعين عنايتك ربانية وتحفظ بحفظ وقايتك الصمدانية بجلالة الملك كبواه دوليا مها موليا بركسري بجندا سلطان حاجي حسن البلقية معز الدين والدولة ابن المرحوم سلطان حاجي عمر علي سيف الدين سعد الخير والدين سلطان ينبرتوان نجرى بروناي دارالسلام. اللهم فضله في نفسه وأهله وأولاده وقرابته ورعيته أجمعين. اللهم أدمه متمتعا بطول البقاء متوجا بتيجان الصحة والهناء. اللهم عبد المراه مصلحا للموظفين المكلفين والرعية والبلاد وبلغ مقاصده لطريق الهدى والرشاد. اللهم اصرف عنا وعن سلطاننا وبلادنا وجميع المسلمين في كل مكان هذا الوباء، خصوصا وباء قبس نملس، وقنا شر الردى بلطفك يا لطيف يا خبير إنك على كل شيء قدير. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Tuan Imam. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, it's my pleasure to now call upon the president of the FABD, Pengyun Haji Matusin, Pengyun Haji Matasan, for his speech.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillah. Bersyukur kita kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala kerana dengan limpah kurnia jua kita dapat bersama di pagi yang mulia ini dengan berlangsungnya forum bola sepak bertemakan Where do we go from here? Sempena Hari Kebangsaan, sambutan Hari Kebangsaan yang ke-39 negara Brunei Darussalam. Dan forum ini ialah julung-julung kali dianjurkan oleh FABD. Yang Mulia Pengiran Haji Rusli bin Pengiran Haji Hal, Pengarah Pentadbiran dan Kewangan Kementerian Kebudayaan Belia dan Sukan, Wakil Pribadi Yang Berhormat Menteri Kebudayaan Belia dan Sukan, Mr. Wahid Kardani, AFC Deputy General Secretary, Mario Rivera, Brunei Darussalam Head Football Coach, Paul Christopher Munster, FABD Technical Director, Roderick Ferguson McGrath, Principal Lay Sport Management Consultant, ahli-ahli Exco FABD, pegawai kanan kerajaan, ahli-ahli Standing Committee, ahli-ahli media, participants via various social media platforms, hadirin hadirat yang dihormati dan dirahmati Allah. Welcome to the first ever football forum in Brunei Darussalam. The idea of the forum evolved during the final rounds of the ASEAN Football Federation Mitsubishi Electric Cup, better known as MEC 2022, in which our national team qualified for the first time in 26 years. Our national team had to play our home matches in Cheras Stadium, Kuala Lumpur, since our national stadium was not available owing to refurbishment. It was a great disadvantage, especially to our expectant fans, to see our national team after an absence of 26 years. For many of the present may recall, we only participated in the inaugural AFF Championship in 1996, and since then, we failed to qualify. Further, it was a great loss of commercial opportunities. Though the qualification was received with great excitement and enthusiasm, the results during the tournament were somewhat disappointing, to say the least. During this forum, our head coach will present the post-mortem of the team performance. Anyway, what transpired before, during, and after the tournament? What did FABD set out to achieve? Where did we fail? What should we do to arrest the serious situation? These are some of the pertinent questions which need serious answers, not only from FABD perspectives, but all the football stakeholders to share. It was very apparent that our team performances needed serious surgery and overhaul. This forum serves to identify the problems and shortcomings, explore remedies, and design strategies to move forward. Hence, where do we go from here? So many questions that need answers. We are faced with so many challenges, mainly the players. We only have non-professional players. Management, maybe we should have full-time engagement with the management. Coaches, we need the full array of coaching personnel. Infrastructure, insufficient playing fields for training and matches. Finance, well, finance is never enough, though any amount may help. Distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassan al-Bolkiah Muizzuddin Wad Daulah, Ibni Almarhum Sultan Haji Omar Ali Saifuddin Sa'adul Khairi Waddin, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam, in his tita on the recent National Day, reminded that national development which needs to be achieved is not just confined to constructing magnificent building, but what is more important or meaningful is to build facilities and systems that give positive impact to the people, just like the development of human resources to produce people who are progressive, independent, and not solely relying on the government. FABD has been privileged to receive financial assistance from FIFA, AFC, AFF, and some other donors. In 2021, FABD had been awarded the FIFA Forward Project 1.0 and 2.0, which saw the completion of our current complex, which now comprise the administration building, technical center, which includes a gymnasium, and the stadium. In the next phase, FABD will be looking into upgrading our floodlights, refurbishing our grass field, and other facilities. FABD had hosted an international match in our stadium. Clubs and grassroots activities have been continuously ongoing. Clubs are encouraged to utilize all these facilities and embark on opportunities. Over the years, FABD were able to provide full-time employment to many locals. FABD also opened the doors for I-ready graduates in football-related fields of employment. I am also pleased to inform that as of now, 2 members of FABD staff are undergoing internship at AFC. All these are parts of our capacity building. As in FABD's strategic plan, it is our desire to be able to develop professional players, coaches, and referees in the future. The creation of these job opportunities are in tandem with the National Vision 2035, whereby there'll be qualified football personnel in various fields. Internationally, before and during the COVID-19 pandemic, FABD had been able to sign various memoranda of understanding and collaboration with China FA, Oman FA, Saudi Arabia Football Federation, and Qatar Football Association. We have sent our under-23 teams to SAFF for training camps. Soon, we will operationalize our MOC with Qatar and MOU with China. FIFA, AFC, and AFF had continually benefited FABD with their numerous projects, courses, and tournaments. Distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, FABD has a long-term strategic plan which we had to revise and re-strategize owing to the impacts of COVID-19. This forum serves to identify and highlight what we had not been doing more effectively. Thus, not to do what we have always done, but to strike out in a new direction. You are a part of this chain of changes. Please share your views. Brunei football belongs to us. It doesn't belong to FABD alone. Please help FABD to administer for the betterment of this popular game. The technical director will present the Brunei way. We have to make it happen. We have to make it happen. And realize the importance of the Brunei way as a movement to improve performances, importance of integrations in clubs and academies. Clubs, i.e. members, and all stakeholders must work in synergy and commitment to improve and make the participation more frequently. To start with, FABD will continue to focus on our grassroots. We must reimagine our future. No matter how we do our sums, the children are our future. Nonetheless, FABD remain fully committed to the other national teams to satisfy AFF, AFC, and FIFA requirements. What I'm trying to say here, this is 2023 and our Wasan 2035 is 12 years away. Why can't we build the golden generation of Brunei footballers during this period? If Portugal, Spain, France, Belgium have done it, I think Brunei can do it too. But what is needed is your commitment, our commitment. Let's do it together. Hadirin, hadirat yang dihormati, sukacita saya merujuk kepada intipati khutbah Jumaat yang baru lalu, yang bertemakan negara makmur memerlukan warga al-mukmin al-qawi. Antara ciri-ciri utama al-mukmin al-qawi menurut sebahagian ulama ialah bersungguh-sungguh dalam membuat amal saleh, sabar terhadap ujian, mempunyai fikiran yang tajam, sihat dan kuat fizikal tubuh badan, mempunyai kekuatan keuangan. I think this is very relevant to FABD and the stakeholders of the present. Marilah kita berazam dan berusaha agar kita menjadi orang-orang beriman yang kuat dalam semua pengertian dan di segenap bidang demi untuk keamanan, kesejahteraan dan keharmonian hidup bermasyarakat, berbangsa dan bernegara, serta mendapat rahmat dan ridai Allah seterusnya untuk kejayaan kita di dunia dan di akhirat. Did I drop something? Apa yang penting ialah seperti mana diriwayatkan Sayyidina Ali bin Abi Talib radhiyallahu anhu pernah menasihati, diberkatilah dia yang kesalahannya sendiri mampu mencegahnya dari melihat kesalahan orang lain. Jadi marilah kita sama-sama muhasabah dalam menilai secara sendiri apa yang telah berlaku dan apa yang telah dilakukan. I think this is a timely reminder for us to self-appraise what we had done, whether we had done it right, let alone wrong, but to learn from those and to move forward in the right direction. Akhir kalam merujuk penegasan di dalam surah Al-Hud ayat 88. Aku hanya bertujuan hendak memperbaiki sedaya upayaku. Dan tiadalah aku akan beroleh taufik untuk menjayakannya melainkan dengan pertolongan Allah. Kepada Allah jualah aku berserah diri dan kepadanya lah aku kembali. Terima kasih. Thank you. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to our President, Pengen Haji Matusin. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to now invite our guest of honor, Yang Mulia Pengen Haji Rosli bin Pengen Haji Halus, Director of Administration and Finance with our Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, to deliver the keynote address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good morning to all. First and foremost, allow me to convey Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Setia Awang Haji Nazmi bin Haji Muhammad, Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, sincerest apologies for not being able to attend this morning's football forum organized by the Football Association of Brunei Darussalam, FABD. Yang Berhormat Datu would also like to congratulate the Football Association of Brunei Darussalam, FABD, for organizing this beneficial forum, and he encourages participation from all levels. He believes that this event will run smoothly and will provide significant outcomes towards the development of sports in the country, particularly on football. Without further ado, I will start off this event by reading out the Yang Berhormat Datu's message on his behalf. Yang Mulia Pangeran Haji Matusin bin Pangeran Haji Matasan, President of the Football Association of Brunei Darussalam, Yang Mulia Muhammad Shahnun bin Haji Muhammad Saleh, Secretary General of the Football Association of Brunei Darussalam, Paul Munster, FABD Technical Director, Mario Rivera, Head Coach of Brunei Darussalam National Team, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Alhamdulillah, by the grace of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we are gathered here this morning at the Football Forum organized by the Football Association of Brunei Darussalam, FABD, titled, Where Do We Go From Here? Firstly, on behalf of the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the President of the Football Association of Brunei Darussalam, FABD, for inviting me to deliver a speech to initiate this forum. I would also like to congratulate the Football Association of Brunei Darussalam for successfully organizing this important forum to discuss the progress and development of sports, particularly football, in this country. Since the Football Association of Brunei Darussalam was established, Brunei Darussalam has achieved several successes. According to records, Brunei has won the Borneo Cup 4 times in 1968, 1981, 1987, and 1988. Brunei has also won the Malaysia Cup after defeating Sarawak by 2-1 at the Merdeka Stadium, Kuala Lumpur in 1999. The last success was in 2012 when the Brunei Darussalam national team under 22 won the Hasnal Bolkiah Trophy at the National Stadium after defeating the Indonesian team by 2-0. In this regard, I wish to draw our attention to the titah of His Majesty the Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam in the Istiadat Pengurniaan Bintang Kebesaran dan Pingat Kehormatan to the management and football players of Brunei Darussalam for their victory in the 2012 Hasnal Bolkiah Trophy at Istana Nurul Iman on Thursday, 13 Jamadil Awal 1432, Hijrah, corresponding to 5th of April 2012, where, among others, His Majesty has said the following. The success of the Brunei Darussalam football team is a very outstanding and proud achievement for all the people and residents, especially among the youth in this country. Such success certainly requires high commitment and discipline at all levels, both at the management level and among the players themselves, such is His Majesty's titah. It is evident from here that any successes in sports, including football, will be the pride of the nation and the country. His Majesty has also expressed hope that this success will be a catalyst not only for football in particular, but to raise the excellence of sports as a whole. Under the National Sports Policy, the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports remains committed at ensuring the success of sports in this country through community sports and high-performance sports. In the sports for the community sector, many things have been done to expand active participation and produce a solid base of platforms towards excellence. In the high-performance sports sector, although some progress has been made, the capabilities of our athletes and national teams still has room for improvement. In addition, the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports will continue to ensure the national football team and also other sport teams will succeed in any competition at the regional and international level. However, this success is only possible with the cooperation and collective efforts of the sports association in the country. As you already know, to achieve success, FABD together with other sports associations must work hard to improve the sports team's ability under their management. Efforts need to be focused on improving the performance of the country's athletes and the country's national players, thus also to provide a high quality and steady performance to achieve success at the regional and international level. For the future of the football in this country, thus we need solid collaboration and cooperation among all relevant agencies, stakeholders, and football clubs to achieve our desired goals. Furthermore, as with the sports, And in the context of this forum, our young talents in football must be nurtured continuously and adequately through strategic programs and projects to develop them further to become more skillful, creative, and strategic in gameplay. Therefore, it is time to consider reinventing inter-school football tournaments and the National Youth Football Championship, something that we all can ponder and work it out together. Furthermore, initiatives to hold national leagues for young players, such as the DST League, must also be continued to nurture the skills of younger generations so they can progress to the next level in further developing football in this country. Lastly, on behalf of the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude and thanks to everyone involved in organizing this football forum. I strongly believe that the time, resources, and effort that we spend at this football forum will generate multiple benefits, not just football, but in further advancing the development of sports in Brunei as a whole. To end this speech, I pray that this forum will bring the desired outcomes and will give success to the Football Association of Brunei Darussalam and also the national football team. With the kalimah Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammadin abdika wa rasulika nabiyil ummi wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallim taslima. I'm pleased to officiate the FABD Football Forum. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Young Mudia Pion Haji Rosli, for delivering our keynote address as we officially launch our football forum. So, ladies and gentlemen, this morning we have 3 presentations from our esteemed speakers. Now, following each, there will be an opportunity for Q&A, during which we are very much looking forward to plenty of engagement and stimulating discussion. So with that, it's my pleasure to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Vahid Kardani, AFC Deputy General Secretary, with his special presentation from the AFC. Mr. Vahid, welcome.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyway. Sure. All right. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to join all of you this morning and being in such a distinguished company. I'm grateful to the Football Association of Brunei Darussalam, as well as the government of the country, for hosting us today in this important event. I see some old friends, many good friends of the Asian Football Confederation. Thank you very much for coming. To all of you, I bring the best wishes of the AFC President, His Excellency Sheikh Salman bin Ibrahim Al Khalifa. And my name is Vahid Kardani. So yeah, here we go. So I'm the Deputy General Secretary of the Asian Football Confederation, overseeing governance, development, education, social responsibility. And I hope I have a brief presentation, and hopefully we have time in the end for some Q&A. I have a couple of my colleagues here. One of them, Zoraina, maybe you can stand and introduce yourself. She is actually formerly the Deputy General Secretary. And also Mari Fuji, my assistant, they're here to assist me in the presentation. So starting with the, here. Brunei Dar es Salaam, or more specifically the FABD, is blessed to be in one of the world's fastest growing regions in terms of population, investment in enterprise and infrastructure, and especially consumption and investment in football. We go to the next page. Maybe we can speak more about the region and some of the 12-member association of the AFF, the regional associations of these regions that everyone knows. The president mentioned about AFF Mitsubishi Electric Cup. I deal with the 5 regional associations across the continent, and I can assure you AFF is the strongest in terms of competition, in terms of the finances. They have a very lucrative contract with their sponsors and the media right holders. And that's because some of the member associations in the region, they have a very ambitious strategy. If we look in Australia and New Zealand, we will have the Women's World Cup. Philippines and Vietnam, they would be playing in this World Cup. And 3 member associations out of 12, and the 3 others from Asia, in East Asia, they would be playing in the World Cup. So we have 6 from 2 regions of the AFC there in the Women's World Cup. And you know the success of the Vietnam and Thailand and Indonesia and Malaysia. So that's part of their ambitious strategy. So we talk later about the strategy that the Brunei Dar es Salaam Football Association has. And partially, this member association, they invested heavily on the governance, improving their governance and adherences to the standard operating procedures that FIFA and AFC, they put in place for the member associations, and also the frameworks that they have established. Improving relationship with the stakeholders is very important. We always encourage member association to have a very good relationship with their stakeholders. The main stakeholder in this country is the government. Not only here, every country that we go, the main stakeholder is the government. Football associations, the president mentioned that they receive money and funds from AFC and FIFA, but these funds we pay to the federations, and regional association is only to run the business. If you want to invest in grassroots, you definitely need the government, because you're talking about a maximum of $3 million a year. Okay, that's not sufficient. The biggest contributor towards infrastructure is the government. So anything you want to do in football, you need a big support from your government. Right. We spoke about the region and also the Brunei Dar es Salaam contribution. Hopefully that we can see how the stakeholders all together, they can improve the game in this country. You can replicate the success of some of your neighbors if you start strengthening the governance of football. We emphasize a lot on the governance. Maybe later on I can explain why. Developing and delivering an ambitious strategy is very important for any federations. You have a strategy already in place, 2020 to 2035. Understand that, and later on we touch base on your strategy. Implementation of this strategy is more important than anything else for the federation today. And one more point that I'd like to emphasize is the relationship between the stakeholders. We have a couple of pages, a couple of slides on the relationships. To me, relationship is everything when you work in a football federation. You have sponsors, you have media right holders, the government, the owners of stadiums and facilities, NGOs, they play a big role today. So all these things if all these stakeholders and entities, if they work together, you can reflect and replicate the success of your neighboring countries, and I'm sure it's not far away from you. Sometimes we are too busy consuming football, we forget about the impacts that football could have in health, in education, especially amongst the young children, improving the health and well-being, bringing people of different backgrounds and different cultures together, improving the economy, improving the employment opportunities, as well as helping strengthening and support the impact of government initiatives and programs through football. Right. Then this slide and the next slide speaks about the relationship between the stakeholders and the federations. For some of those impacts in the previous page, okay, to occur, we need to have a very good relationship between the FABD and the stakeholders. The main stakeholder in this country, and I again emphasize in a lot of member associations, is their government. Football can support the national agenda towards Brunei Dar es Salaam initiatives of an active community. I understand that there is a national billion step challenge initiatives which football can contribute towards that one. There is a high rate of obesity here in this country. Second in the ASEAN countries, 14.1. Football can assist to reduce that. NGOs, we need to have a very good relationship with our NGOs. Social responsibility is part of our activities on a day-to-day basis. I mentioned in the beginning that I oversee the activities of social responsibility in the Confederation, and I can tell you how important it is to address the issues that we are facing in the societies. Schools, colleges, universities, and especially the venue and study owners. Similarly, here in the next page, we have the few practical and common examples of what the stakeholders within football family can do for the FABD. Essentially, both pages demonstrate the relationship which are built on meaningful exchange of effort that help both to pursue and achieve their objectives when they have mutual respect, when they have a meaningful relationship among the stakeholders. But this is not always the case. Okay, football federation across the continent, not here, talking in Asia, they have a lot of issues with their stakeholders. If you can see, the government approvals normally is a very lengthy procedure. Use of venues. Last night I spoke to a lot of clubs here, and most of them, they spoke about venues and stadiums and issues with the facilities. Access to critical services can impact the reputation of the federation, compromise the safety. Funding and endorsement, that's an important part of any football federation that deal with the international events as well. So all this will impact the performance of national teams, financial stability. If you're a sponsor, you don't want to invest and put your money somewhere that there is no sustainability. There is no clear picture. There is always a risk because you don't want to lose your money. And it eventually have an impact on the federation internationally because we are individuals. We come over and we have interaction with our federations. We don't know what's going on in a lot of countries. But once you see that, we ask, for example, Brunei Dar es Salaam asked to host one competition here or one event in this country. And we see that the approval procedure takes a long time. They don't have a stadium. So that impacts their reputation. So next time when they have a request, we think twice. So indirectly, the relationship between the government and the federation and other stakeholders can impact the reputation of the federation in international level. Some of the common forms of assistance that all governments as a main stakeholder can give to the federations. First, as I mentioned previously, the funding and financial support, technical assistance. I would say the main one would be the infrastructure and development and access to these venues. Promotion of football, priority access to the services, endorsement, and public support. A really mutual and beneficial partnership driving positive outcomes, both on the field and in the community. It's very important to drive the game forward. Okay, now we talk about the Asian Football Confederation. We are a teammate as well. We can assist the federations, especially now we are talking about FABD, on several different topics, starting with the governance and regulatory guidance and principles. In terms of statutes, we've been working hands to hand with our colleagues in FIFA. This is a project, again, relates the governance and betterment of the federations. We move to the competitions and tournaments that expose Asian teams to more football. Workshop and conferences. Very soon we'll have our medical conference in Doha, Qatar. I tell you why I speak about Qatar, and later on maybe we have, there is a slide on the Qatar Football Associations, and I'll tell you why I put that slide in my presentation. Development support enhanced program that we have. In detail, I talk later on. And also capability and capacity building through Advanced 11, internship that the president mentioned, and the Academic Center of Excellence that we are very proud of. We have 5 participants from this country. The formerly Deputy General Secretary Zoraina was one of the students in the football management diploma. That's where we got to know her and brought her to AFC. Right, I spoke about governance. Again, child safeguarding policies. We assist the member association to have their own policies. Our president says that one child harmed or abused one child too many. So it's a very important topic here. I remember when one day before I was taking care of the social responsibility part, almost a year before, so we had a child safeguarding officer in AFC. So she approached me to meet me and speak to me about child safeguarding. So I, honestly speaking, I didn't know much about it. At the weekend, I bought an ebook, okay, on my Kindle, and I read it about child safeguarding. What is child safeguarding? So not many people know about child safeguarding. It's a very new trend in AFC, in UEFA, in FIFA. So we've started very recently investing on child safeguarding. But in 2020, when we started this program, I think only Australia, they had a framework for child safeguarding, and that was because of their government. Okay, it was not because of the federation. Today, we have almost 36 member associations that they have a direct officer. And the AFC does pay some of their salaries, trains them. We will have later on, when I speak about our Academic Center of Excellence, we will have a program very soon coming out concentrating on child safeguarding and training the officers and those who are dealing with the young children across the continent, especially in football. Sports integrity guidelines, we are assisting member associations to have their own frameworks, competition club licensing, and this is something that you know better than I do. Tournaments, competitions, you participate on different age groups, futsal, since after November or December, I understand, correct? 2019. Workshop and conferences. We have several conferences, General Secretaries conferences, the Member Association, Regional Association, technical workshops, referee, as well as the coaches. A lot of different workshops happening across the continent, organized by the Asian Football Confederation, and you guys all participate. Enhanced program, advantage, extra time. Later on, we have a couple of slides that in detail we talk about our development program to ensure you that what we pay in AFC and a little bit more in FIFA is only to help the federation on day-to-day businesses, pay for the salary of their staff and administrations, and as well as a little bit on the competitions for men and women's football, and some funds for the infrastructure. We have internship program that we have one intern today in AFC. I understand it's in competition department, correct? One young man is now for 3 months in the Asian Football Confederation, and hopefully we can have more individuals in the AFC. I mentioned about the Academic Center of Excellence. We started the academy, I understand, in September 2021. Today we have around 350 to 400 students, okay, who have either a football management certificate or diploma, or they're studying now at the moment. We have 5 students, as I mentioned, from Brunei Dar es Salaam. Hope to have more. Reason of having the academy is that we train people and make sure they speak the same language as we do. Bring the level of professionalism to the level of the professionalism of AFC staff or FIFA staff. Not saying that the people working in member associations, they are not very experienced, no. We have a lot of different experience in different fields. We have a lot of people that they contribute to the games in terms of competition, social responsibility, and their knowledge is transferred to the younger generations, okay, through the academy. And that's why we emphasize on this one. We have new programs coming up. We have our leadership program starting very soon. Child safeguarding. We have the master program for those who have already completed their football management diploma. And later on, maybe we can have a Q&A on the academy. So for more programs and for more assistance to be presented to the FABD, we need 2 things. We need you guys to keep pace on 2 key areas. One, the governance, strengthening your governance and regulatory part, and also the strategic planning. We are more than happy to assist you in these 2 parts. So why we emphasize too much on the governance? Is it because only the member association are part of AFC and FIFA? Is it because we want their statutes to be in line with the AFC and FIFA standards? No. Because the government, because the sponsors, commercial partners, they want to make sure that the federations share the same values. They don't want to put their money somewhere that they're not transparent. So when you talk about the good governance or better governance, and I quote, you ensure that member associations, they emphasize on gender equality. They pay attention to separation of power, stability, and all those things that are very important in today's football management. We understand sometimes ago, a long time back, we had restricted funding in FABD. Part of the development projects that we had done, but then we realized that things are not in order. So we had to make sure that the restricted funding, ensure that regularly we check their accounts, and then gradually we had to lift the restricted funding. That impacts the game, the planning, the future. We don't want that. That's why we emphasize on the governance a lot. Right. I understand that you have a great strategy, but I hope that you can turn your strategy into reality. So the AFC we are ready to assist you. It's very important that you implement and deliver the strategy, your vision and mission to what you think can lift the game in this country. Right. Let's talk about Qatar Football Association. Right? The country size is almost double than your country, the area. Population maybe 4 times. GDP double. So it's not a big difference. So you're not comparing your country to China or to India. No. Similar size, more or less. Gentleman, Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, he was elected in 2005, 18 years back. Sorry. Right. 18 years back. In 2011, they hosted the Asian Cup. Okay. 2019 in UAE, they won the Asian Cup. 2022 hosted the World Cup. 24 in January, they will be hosting another Asian Cup. 18 years planning, investing in infrastructure, government supporting the federation, putting the trust on the individuals, and that happens. Maybe you think in the World Cup they didn't perform well, but we think that they did well, even to play in that competition. And this is Qatar Football Association. Today is one of the strongest member association in Asia because of the support of the government, because of the support and the trust that they put in individuals like Sheikh Hamad. 18 years planning, and you see how many competitions they hosted. Look at the ranking. So you can do the same here in this country. If you believe in yourself, if the government supports you, and you trust your leadership in football, I have no doubt. Let's go to another member association, one of the finest, Japan. I understand, gentlemen, is from Japan, correct? Right, so probably you can confirm if I'm telling the truth or no. Right, Japan Football Association in 2016 elected Kozo Tashima as president, but Kozo was not someone new to football in Japan. He played football for national team. He was the technical director, general secretary, vice president, eventually became the president. In fact, in 2015, he became a FIFA Council member before he was the president. Very unique. Since 1998, they have been in all World Cups. No other teams in Asia like that. You see the beating Germany, and I'm sorry, Spain, easily, correct? They have their new youth development programs. You look at the rankings, but they have a system. When Japan plays, if you support Japan, you know that they will do something. And this is because JFA has the strongest support from the government, the main stakeholder. I feel bad to tell you that their revenue is more than the Asian Football Confederation. Okay, the revenue of JFA is more than us in AFC, and they are one country inside the confederation because of the system that they put in place and worked for it. And you could do the same. Let's go to another confederation, Romania. Romania Football Federation. In 2014, a young man, Razvan Orleano, he took over the federation. After, I don't know how many years the previous president was taking care of the federation, but when Razvan took over, no one knew him. A young man with a PhD and, of course, a background in football, but not someone that had done something profound in football or something very noteworthy. What he did, he's a good friend of mine. After some time, he got elected in FIFA Council. because of the trust and changes that he made in the federation. The value, the commercial value today is 4 or 5 times more than what when he took over. Because he put a nice and correct strategy, implemented, delivered it, okay, and he worked with transparency. This is what happens when you bring right people and give them the power and trust them, okay? And if you have the right people, support them. Very important. We all know what are the problems. And you see people always in oppositions, they tell you that there are so many problems and stuff, but they never have any solution. They only talk about problems. Right, what we do in the Asian Football Confederation for our member association to empower them, we concentrate on capability, capacity, and performance. These are, that you can see at the bottom, they are part of the enhanced program that we support the member associations, administration, operation, I mentioned earlier, men's and women's football, football development, and also the infrastructure. You see that put any money to develop the game in a big scale in the country. So this is the enhanced program. Enhanced program, ladies and gentlemen, we changed our program in 2021 because of pandemic. So we realized that things not working the same as before. So I had some experienced colleagues in terms of development. So we sat and we realized that we need to change everything, and we did. It's not easy when you practice something for many years, and suddenly you want to change it because of pandemic. First thing, and the most important thing is that you can see that we use football terminology. Kickoff, pass, volley, stadium, advantage, and extra time. So this is the first thing. Second thing, this is a 4-year program. If you don't use by end of the cycle, end of the year, so you roll over the fund. You don't lose it. Previously, if you don't use it by end of the year, then we take the money back from you. So member association, they feel under pressure. They want to spend the money by end of the year. Now, no more. So you can roll over. Brunei Dar es Salaam, I understand today they have around 600,000 for infrastructure with the Asian Football Confederation that you can invest that on your infrastructure or floodlight or whatever you were mentioning. So kickoff helps the member association for administrative matters, salaries, and operation. Pass, men competition. Volley for women's competition, you see, equally we invest for men and women, 75,000, 75,000. 250,000 goes for a state. If the national association or member association, their annual income is less than 5 billion USD, excluding what they get from AFC and FIFA, we pay them 150,000 more for their technical department. National team coaches, coaching convention, and the cost of the technical department staff and the establishment. If their annual income is less than 3 million, then we pay another extra $50,000. So in total, this is how much? 700,000. So application that we have 2 windows we received from Brunei Dar es Salaam, so they are beneficiary of this program. We are very happy and thankful to them that we don't have to chase them because it is not the case for all the member associations. Application has been submitted. The criteria that they have put are satisfactory. One of the conditions is that they need to have a general secretary full-time. They need to have a technical director that I understand that you have, a program manager, child safeguarding officer, that these are the cases in this country. 4-year strategic plan, you have 15 years. So thank you very much. Statutes in compliance. So after I don't know how many years, this is a project that we work with FIFA. So AFC and FIFA, they managed to have the statutes, of course, with the federation, to have the statutes in compliance with FIFA standard statutes. They have a dedicated bank account, periodic reports on the activities, and of course, audits that would take place sometimes in a couple of months here in Brunei. So we are happy that you have ticked all the boxes. Because when the AFC invest in the member association development, it's not that the money comes from AFC. The money is from the member association, but we want to ensure that they spend it properly, and they are doing it. Thank you very much. Right. Before I finish and I give the floor to you guys, if you have any questions, hopefully I can answer those questions. I have a couple of points. One, very important year, that your decisions, hopefully towards end of the year, can impact positively or negatively the future of football in this country. I have colleagues here, City Zoranos, that she's from this country, that you can reach out. If you'd like to come to AFC, previously we had a group of colleagues from Brunei. They came over, the Exco and the President, General Secretary, some of the staff. You're more than welcome to come and visit us in the Asian Football Confederation. Anything that you feel that we could assist you in terms of strategic planning, in terms of social responsibility. We have our own Dream Asia Foundation. Okay, we have invested heavily in social responsibility projects across the continent. So you could be one of those member associations to apply for social responsibility funds, and the education, that is everything. Send as many as staff or young individuals that they want to be educated and have the certificate and the diploma for management and contribute in the future to your football, to AFC, and we are happy to do that. There are free courses, only we need some efforts from you guys. Thank you very much for, I hope that I have enough time, yeah? I don't know how long did it take. I normally forget to, is it all right?
Thank you so much, Vahid.
Thank you.
Vahid, would you mind to take a seat here?
Yeah, sure.
And I'm going to invite Haji Zainal Tingal to help us further this conversation further for your Q&A session. Welcome, Haji Zainal.
Thank you very much, Jenny. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
I think sorry.
Yeah, before we start the question and answer session, I'll just give me some time to elaborate a little bit on how we're going to conduct our question and answer sessions throughout the forum today. First of all, because of time constraint, I will only allow one person with one question first. And if there are no follow-up questions, we will proceed with the next question. And as for the media, there will be a special session at the end of the day, a press conference, where you will be able to pose all your questions. Unless, of course, there are no questions from the floor, then I will invite questions from the media. And again, because of the time frame, we're given about 20 minutes per question and answer sessions. I will not try to summarize what has been presented. And without any further ado, I think I'll just invite the first question from the floor.
So we have some microphones set up, Haji Zainal, for our audience, if they can let us know their name and where they're from.
Yeah. You can ask questions in Malay if you want to. I'll try to translate it into English.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, honored guests, our honorable President, Mr. Karani, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hazmin Hamzah. I would like to ask just a question and also maybe a statement, to Mr. Karani and our FABD and also the stakeholders here. Where do we go from here after this forum? What are we going to do after this forum? We have a one-day forum. We are discussing on the way forward. And I believe that one day forum would not be enough. So I would like to propose FABD to conduct or another workshop, maybe 1 day or 2 days workshop with the football community, with the stakeholders on how we can produce something to propose to AFC. In reality, we need to move forward. One day forum would not be enough for us. So I would like to seek commitment from stakeholders, especially if we can have a session with Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, Tuan Haji, our guest of honor here, FABD, and also I believe there are representatives from MOE, Minister of Education as well here, so that if possible, because we are not talking about problems that have been made in the past, but we are moving forward on a positive note. I would like to congratulate FABD as well for hosting this forum, because they are exposing themselves to a lot of criticism as well. But yeah, I congratulate them sincerely, and hopefully that after this, Mr. Kardani, if possible, after further deliberations or and evaluations from the football community, from the stakeholders, we can propose a project or any projects to FC and can be assisted towards FABD to implement that project. Is that, I hope that would be possible soon. Yeah. Thank you.
Please.
Terima kasih, Azman. Exactly, I like your statement when you said that FABD is exposing herself. I mean, let's be frank. You know, we want to be transparent in whatever we do, and we want everyone to come on board. The idea of organizing this forum, as I mentioned in my speech, is for us to share, our experiences, and at the same time, we look back at what we did not do right, and we look forward to how we correct what we did wrong. So the first answer will be, we have rapporteurs during this forum, and at the end of today, we are very hopeful that we will come up with a number of resolutions, which we will convey to our main stakeholder, that is the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports. And hopefully, from the resolutions, we can work out specific strategies of how we move from here. I don't have the exact answers A to Z at the moment, but in a broad spectrum, we more or less identify, some of the things that we need to improve, so that, when I look at all the FIFA rankings that Wahid displayed just now, that is something for us to be really envious about. The achievements of Qatar, don't talk about Japan. Japan is a different breed. You ask Atsu, he's a different breed, Romania. But just look closer to us. Look at Timor-Leste, how they've improved. Look at Vietnam, how they've leapfrogged Malaysia and Thailand. So these are all, lessons to be learned. But as correctly put, we cannot do it alone. You know, we have to do it in tandem with stakeholders, and everybody must be equally committed, you know, so that we can achieve what we set out for. You know, when I discuss, you know, about organizing this forum, you know, with our good colleague Haji Johari, you know, who's seated at the back there, I threw the idea to him. I said, you know, shall we do this? And I was so happy when he was so receptive to the idea of organizing this forum, to bring all the stakeholders together and to share, you know, what we should do to get out of this doldrum. I think, you know, the success of yesteryears can be replicated, but, you know, it needs, what I can say is blood, sweat, and tears. I just want to share with you, you know, one experience. Here we are, you know, under this beautiful uh, complex, you know, which was funded by FIFA. Thank you, FIFA. And soon we'll have more funds from AFC. Thank you, AFC. But the Malaysia Cup success was told by Yang Mulia Piran Haji Rosli just now. Did you know that in the 80s, in the 90s, or even before that, the then Football Association did not have more than one full-time staff. There was only one full-time staff at the time. And what the Football Association did was, you know, to get help from left, right, and center, to fund the team, to engage the coach, to pay for the foreign players. But against all odds, we won the Malaysia Cup. It could be a miracle, but then again, what it boiled down to is sheer hard work and full commitment and cooperation from all those who really wanted to see success. So here we are. AFC just informed, there's a lot of money that we can use, but we have to use that money wisely. We have to use that money fruitfully so that we can benefit everybody. Everybody who are hungry for success. Thank you.
I think we should give the Bahid Kaldani the chance to
Thank you.
respond as well.
Thank you so much. I think one of the reasons that we are here today is because there is a problem and we want to expand our horizon in football. Last night I had met probably most of the clubs in the league, futsal clubs, and they all share their opinions about the current situation in terms of the sponsorship, the facilities. Okay, these are fundamental issues that FABD alone cannot address. I agree with you that one-day forum is not enough. Has to be a continuous efforts made by different stakeholders. But for us, we are just one phone call away, couple of hours flight, and we would be here to assist you. In fact, we want FABD to be stronger, because if you're stronger, then AFC is stronger. Currently is a one-way investment in Brunei football, only from AFC. There is no return. We're hoping in the future that we could have return, like what I said, in Japan. A lot of returns and money that we invest in football comes from Japan, comes from Saudi Arabia, comes from Qatar. Okay, and this is what we want to happen here. Football is a business as well. So I agree with you that the question, the issues that you're facing in this country in terms of football needs more efforts from all the stakeholders, mainly the government. Thank you.
Next question, please. Chair.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Chia Swimming. Okay, and I'm representing FABD. Okay, you know, I know this morning we are going to talk about, we are using broad strokes. Okay. So, but what I like to do is to say something about what you call sports psychology. Sports physiology, okay, biomechanics, okay, sports medicine, they are all in modern football. But strangely, sports psychology is not so emphasized. I would like to know why.
Do you want to answer? Okay. I mean, sports psychology, I don't think national teams, they would travel without their psychologists. Maybe the technical director can explain that one more. The top teams, all of them, they emphasize on the sports psychology. It's not falling under me in the Asian Football Confederation, but is as important as anti-doping and other issues that we are facing. Member association that they are successful on the pitch, they do emphasize on the sports psychology. Maybe you don't practice it here or in the smaller associations, but in the top associations, psychology and sports psychology is a very important topic. Shannon?
Thank you for the opportunity. I think Mr. Wahid correctly mentioned the status of our MA just now. Small MA. We desire to bring psychologists throughout, not only for our senior national team, but also our development team, as well as from the grassroots level. But then again, we should shadow ourselves of our own capability, of our own resources that we have in Brunei. So that's the most important, crucial aspect. No matter how much we desire, we can put 1,001 lists that we should do and we should have. But in the end, we must also reflect to our capability and resources. So without these two matters, a desire will still be desire, but then it will remain as our ambition. Thank you for that, I would say, a very, very important part and aspect to develop the mentality, the psychology of the players whatsoever, in order to excel our national teams. But then again, if we go into a broader prospects into psychology, we need to be ready in terms of psychology from the education level. I mean, with all due respect, where is our level of psychology in primary schools? Are we there? Are we ready? And where are we in terms of psychology, in terms of the development aspect for the capacity building? Are we ready? Do we have a proper psychologist in terms of sports area? Not only just mentioning in terms of football, but in terms of sports area. So these are the check and balance, I would say, that we must ready up. Yes, desire is there, commitment is there, the ambition is there, but we have to be patient. It will be there with the help from FIFA, AFC, and AFF, and also other stakeholders, I would say, and also our brotherhoods from our MOUs and MOC. Hopefully, we will be there. So that is part of the commitment of FABD and also our brothers when we signed the MOU and MOC. Whichever aspect that we don't have in Brunei or we are lacking in Brunei, we seek their help. So that is their commitment to support our ambition to excel from this motion of small MA to a proper developing or excelling progressively in terms of the development. So we go step by steps. So we cannot be too robust, but in the end, sustainability. That's the most important aspect for us to develop, to have the sustainability progress. And when we have the psychology or the psychologist in terms of our development phases, it has to be sustainable, not just a 1 year, just like what Hasbin was saying just now. We don't want it to be a 1 year, a metaphor. We want it to be sustainable. So that's the encouragement. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have time for one or two more questions.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Pengiran Sarpudin Pengiran Jamal Saleh, President of Brunei Darussalam Association of Football Coaches. So one thing I want to highlight here, I need AFC to check and to help Brunei football, of course. So far in Brunei League, the spectator watch freely. See, so how can AFC help the clubs? You say you mentioned about the money that returned to AFC just now, and then every league, every football matches in Brunei is all free. So how can we get money to help AFC? See, to return. So how, and with strict rules in Brunei, that every team cannot, what do you call? And we don't have facilities for home matches. So this is the problem. I think AFC have to help Brunei to get the clubs also get money. You know, not every time clubs play, they just spend money. They don't receive money back. So how can FABD and AFC help in this problem? You know, this is a problem. This is also, I think, major factor for clubs and teams to improve. They get their own money. You know, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Slide.
Right.
Respond to that.
I think this is not the only issue in this country. We face it in a lot of countries that the national TVs, okay, let's call it this way. I don't want to say the government. They don't want to invest in media rights, okay? So, and they want football to be broadcast free. What impacts that have on the professional football is you don't earn anything in return of to the matches that you play, okay, the football that you perform. So this is the case in, I can say, some of the top countries as well, like in member associations in West Asia, in Central Asia, they have the case. We can assist, okay, to put the plan in place, but we cannot force the government or the TV to make the payment. So we can put the strategy for you. My colleagues in the commercial department, they can help you to establish a proper strategy and have a at least 4-year strategic plan, okay, to implement these ideas. But whether the government and the national TV would make the payments and try to buy and invest in the media rights, this is something that I honestly cannot tell you. But I can assure you, if the government and the national TV, they don't invest on the media rights of your league, or they don't broadcast the national team competitions, it would be very difficult to progress. Okay, not here, anywhere. So main stakeholder, they need to put money, but you don't put money for free. There are competitions, there are leagues played. Yesterday, when I spoke to the clubs last night, they said that we invest probably 4 or 5 times of the prize money, and the prize money is just for one team, correct? but all the teams, they have to invest a lot of money and then they get nothing in return. So this format, this scenario has to be changed. I spoke last night with my colleagues after we came back, and I was very surprised. So a lot of enthusiasm from football family, from the community, but what they get in return, I surprised me. I said, "Oh, wow, they spend a lot of their own money for football, and this is because of the passion that they have for the game. And we can assist you, but alone we cannot achieve anything." So again, as stakeholders, they must be part of these wider discussions that we have with everyone. But as I said, one telephone call away to AFC, and we would be here in a couple of hours to assist. And we have a plan as well, based on our conversation last night and days with the president and the general secretary and other stakeholders. We have a plan which we discuss later with the leadership, and hopefully they can inform. Thank you.
One or two last questions?
Tea break.
Or follow-up questions? Any follow-up questions? Otherwise, I'll invite the media if you have a question. Yeah. You may also submit your question in writing. If I know some people are mic shy, so just put it in writing and hand it over to the secretariat. Okay, there's one question there.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Rozaimi Nizam. I'm the head of grassroots in FABD. First of all, welcome to Brunei. I have actually two questions. One is follow-up questions to maybe the management. I think I want to rephrase one of the questions that where do we go? Where do we go from here? I believe like Football Forum ini is one of the tools that we are trying to get a feedback from our stakeholders. Okay, of course, it's one day, it's not enough, but where do we go from here? Maybe, is there any plan of getting any kind of mechanism that we wish to have a feedback from our stakeholders? Because I think it should be more interactive. It is more in the form of like brainstorming. So at least that we can have the holistic perspective. That's one question. Another question is to Mr. Is there any important questions that or expectations when you come here to asking us, okay, that you wish to know when you're coming here that could help us? Because from what I understand, we should have all the answer, because we know what's going on for the past, like for me, 10 years. But we try to find the questions to ask you in front, but we couldn't find a question. But is there any questions from you to us that you want to ask so that we can answer? You know, so that probably that's the important question that you may want to know. I hope I deliver it well. I can refresh that one more time, but that's the questions that I have at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe you ask the second question. No, the questions and the problems that I know already. Okay, so asking them again, it would probably point out some of the stakeholders which I don't want to. The answers, no. Okay, I don't think you know it as well to those questions. And last night actually opened our eyes as well. But we have a plan. One thing that I want to tell you, one small story. So I have a team of 25, 30 people that they work for different things. When there is a new initiative or something, so I want to do a presentation for them. these boys and girls, they're so not interested. So I have to prepare the presentation and bring the computer, log in, turn on the TV and the meeting room. So one day I thought I'll ask one of my friends to come and from outside to present for them. So as soon as they hear that friend comes, and honestly, by knowledge, I'm not just trying to boast, but is not in comparison to like a director level in AFC. So these guys, 3 or 4 of them, they go to the car park to bring the guy. They make coffee for him and then stuff like that. So one of the reasons probably I'm here is not because I have a better knowledge than this gentleman or that guy or yourself. It's because people like to hear things from outside. Okay? A lot of things that I said in my presentation, you already know. But you want to hear it from someone comes from outside the country. And this is the case for my staff, as I said. So if someone comes from outside, they would probably bring him from the car park, make coffee, sit, watch carefully. But if I do it for them, they're not interested. They just ignore. So we know the questions, we know the problem. A lot of people that in this year, this important year, they would raise these questions. They tell you that, oh, this federation is not doing good. These people, they are not doing good. They don't have solutions. The solution is with the stakeholders, the relationship between your stakeholders, the investment in football, facilities, making work easier for each other to approach, and constant dialogue among all those people that I mentioned on the left-hand side, right-hand side of my presentation, whether the NGOs, venue, and the studio owners, the government, the schools, universities, and all those together, they can address the issues that you're facing here. And it's not one person job. You have to work collectively together to find a solution. I hope that I answered your question. Correct?
Terima kasih Pengiran for your question. As far as revenue generation is concerned, I think one of our problems in Brunei is we don't have the proper infrastructure. Whereby, when you play a home game, you like to sell tickets, but how do you control? Where do they sit if you don't use, the existing facilities provided by the government? And that is very restrictive too. How many stadiums are available? So all these things, we need to identify, and we have identified. Right? So these are some of the things that, we like to bring up, in the later discussion. I mean, Asmin was saying that, where do we go from here? Obviously, we'll have more engagements, with the stakeholders. Pangeran is very kind to, to still sit there comfortably, but I'm sure that, a lot of things are going on through his mind, because everything is pointing to the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports, for most of the things that Wahid was talking about.
Indirectly.
But for me, there is more to it. We need to start somewhere else too. We need to start from the schools. We are talking about, a strategic plan which spans over, 10, 12 years. But where do we get the players from? Our GS was talking about psychology. That's psychology should start from the schools, from the grassroots, whereby we embed into their mind that, there is football and there is a big future in football. I tried to speak to the parents of the grassroots players that, in future, what we like to see are professional footballers. But then again, they need to develop into proper footballers. And how they will achieve that is through the MA, through the coaches. They must play football. They must have the right techniques. They must have the right whatever accums that are needed to make a professional player. You don't have the David Beckhams, Ryan Giggs, Alan Shearer, Steven Gerrard, out of fresh air. They started the academies, and it took them time. So this is something which we need to do, but it takes a lot of investment. It takes a lot of patience, and it takes a lot of commitment. Thank you. I hope I'm not. You like to respond to?
Coming back to the last question just now, I'm sure our technical director has declared his commitment. After today, there will be more hands-on approach, not only to the clubs, academies, for the youth, grassroots, as well as the other relevant stakeholders. So if I may touch base on another particular, since we're talking about development, psychologies, are we ready? That's the main question. If I may share one study that we were going through last time, I remember well that a case study that we did some research and also some learning. In Egypt, there is one particular player, no need to mention the name, whereby there's a rapport or I would say a strong commitment and collaboration from the school themselves in order to develop professional football in Egypt. Let's talk about Egypt. So what's their commitment? These students from primary school, they are allowed to be at the school from 7 to 9, 2 hours. So after that, he needs to show his excuse card. They call it excuse card. For this kid to travel all the way from his neighborhood to the training center, which took him about 5 to 6 hours. 5 to 6 hours, a kid, grassroots level. Then the training session starts at 4 p.m. So imagine the psychology that the child is having. Travel, go to school every morning, 7 to 9, only 2 hours. And then going to the transportation, train, buses to get to the training, 4 to 6. Then what's his commitment? To undergo the leftover period that he has in the evening with the parents. So the psychology is already there, the commitment and the desire, strong support from the school, from the clubs, because the clubs are paying the travel, and then from the parents to support the leftover education that was missed during the day, or the homeworks, I would say. Nowadays, there's a lot of homeworks. My background was as a teacher as well, so I know what happened at this age. So the psychology must be strong from the parents, from the players, from the school, and the commitment, the desire. In the end, he became a well-known Egyptian king. So that's the story behind. But when we go through as well, it's the same situation as one of the player in Croatia. They shared the same methodology. So meaning to say, when we touch base on readiness, so that's why the motto for the forum is, where do we go from here? So definitely there will be some strategic planning based on the forum in line to what we desire. All FABD can do now with the support of the AFC, FIFA, and FF is to open the door. But then again, as being kept on touch by our president, commitment, commitment, commitment. So that's the thing. So coming back to that story just now, if we go into deeper and detail, The commitment is all around the corner. Commitment of transportations, commitment of educations, commitment of welfare, commitment of the parents. So that's how they go. So we can go a lot into studies of what happens around the globe. But then again, we need to be reminded what is the philosophy of Brunei Darussalam. We must put uphold the Malay Islamic monarchy. So that's the most important aspect that we must put on top of our commitment as well. We don't leave that behind. The Melayu Islam Braja must be on top of whatever that we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have overrun our 20 minutes, long overrun of 20 minutes. Yeah, we'll just conclude the question and answer session here. But if you do have any questions regarding the presentation just now, just please put them on a piece of paper, submit it to the secretariat. And those viewing us live streaming may also submit your question online, and it may be responded to and posted on the FABD website. So I'll thank Mr. Wahid Kardani for.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Over
you
to
so
you,
much.
Jenny.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, before our guest of honor makes his departure, we'd like to invite the president to present a token of appreciation to Yang Mulia Pengen Haji Rosli for joining us and delivering our keynote address. And there will be plenty of opportunity throughout the course of the day for more questions and engagement with some of our stakeholders, including other government agencies this afternoon. So to Pangeran and Azmin and Rozaimi, there's plenty of chance for more of the dialogue. So thank you so much, Pengen Haji Rosli, for joining us this morning. And we also have token for Mr. Wahid and his delegations before they depart Brunei today. Mr. Wahid, thank you. We really rung you through the ringer today. Plenty of engagement. Thank you. And for members of the AFC delegation. Thank you so much, Pangeran and our distinguished speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a refreshment break, but for now, please allow for the departure of our guest of honor. Thank you so much once again, Yang Mulia Pengen Haji Rosli. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a refreshment break. We look forward to your return to start promptly with our next session at 10:45. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So ahead of the lunch break, we have 2 presentations and 2 Q&A sessions. So with that, please join me now in welcoming Mr. Mario Rivera. Mario is a Brunei Darussalam head coach, and he joins us today with a presentation on AMEC 2022-2023. Mario, over to you.
You hear me? Good morning to everyone. Thank you, President, yes, ESCO members, FABD staff to prepare this forum. I hope it's the first step to a good Brunei way for the future. Okay. Now, after we spoke a little about money, we will speak a little about football, because money is important in football, but football is still the most important part. Okay. This is our index that we will talk a little bit about the AMEC. Okay. I try to show all of you all the work that we did that is behind of the games. Okay. We will see a small presentation. Already the president spoke about that. It's 14 times the AMEC has happened since 1996, and for Brunei, this is only one time before the 2022 that Brunei played, and it's the first time that Brunei play after win the qualifier round. Okay. This was our group: Thailand, Philippines, Indonesia, and Cambodia. We already know. Yeah. To have a little screen about our opponents and to compare with us, if we see the population, it's really big difference with us. The FIFA ranking also, the performance in the tournament. Our first match was against Thailand that won 6 times with the last one 7 times. Runner up, Philippines 4 times semifinals in the last 6 edition. Many. But most important than that, the professional league. In Thailand, they have 2 divisions, professional. Philippines have 1, and Indonesia and Cambodia also have 2. If we speak about the professional clubs, they have 34, Thailand 8, Philippines. Philippines have only 8 because they have many players playing abroad, many players naturalized. Indonesia have 39 between the 2 divisions, and Cambodia have 14, 8 in the first division and 6 in second division. In Cambodia, they are doing one thing that they are doing well is that in the second division they cannot play foreigners. They cannot play with foreigners, and also 50% of the players has to be under 21. This is good for the future in Cambodia. Professional players in the country, 800 in Thailand, 180, but many other players in Philippines playing abroad, 900 in Indonesia, and 310 around in Cambodia. And remember that we don't have any professional player, and players playing abroad in different leagues for all of the countries. And also they have good performance in IOC for many of the clubs. These are our 4 rivals, 4 opponents that when you see that, maybe you think we are so far, but really it's not so far. About our preparation for the AMEC, we have first part to selection the final list, only 2 training session. Before that, we did, obviously we played the qualifier round. The qualifier round was good to prepare the AMEC, and also we did the twin action. Okay, before I come, there was a training camp in Saudi Arabia, and also 2 more friendly games. I think we will see at the end of the presentation that 2022 was a very different year in the last 10 years for FABD. Okay, we had the FA Cup final on 4th of December. Don't give too much time for us to prepare the final list. Okay, we had three training session, and after that, sorry. Yeah. After that, the second part of the preparation was already in KL. That was our host game, host field. We had 8 days, including the part of the day that we used to training. Two friendly games. We couldn't get very good friendly games because after qualifier round, every national country have had already organized the games. But we played two friendly games, not very high level, but at least we could play two games. If we compare with our rivals in the group, most of them, not most of them, all of them start the preparation 28, 29th of November with 28 or 29 players, okay? And they have minimum of 3 weeks of preparation, okay? We couldn't do that because we come after the qualifier round. Come on. Yeah. To prepare the AMEC and the qualifier round, I designed some game model based on different aspects that I had to identify in the Brunei football. Okay, I evaluate about the technical level, the level of the making decision of the players in the field, the technical level, the fitness level, mental situation, the self-confidence, the motivation to play in the national team. We found a weird situation in about that we solved. The game players in the last month of years, and the training session of the clubs because they were playing the FA Cup. After that, the methodology of the training session of the national team was based in the making decision of the players in the modern football. We know that now, already know that in football there is not ever two times the same situation. Okay, this is because we focus and we are based in the making decision in the modern football because the players are the people that have to take the decision. We cannot tell from outside that they have to do. Okay. One important part was to wake up their minds because the players, after 3 seasons without playing, they couldn't take the decision properly, but they react very well to the training session and they start to take the decision, and the improvement was really very fast that I expected when I see the first time the level of the teams. That the players need to solve the situation in the games, and we need to prepare them to do that, okay? Especially in 2 moments of the game, in the loss on recovery, in the transition of football, in the offensive and defensive transition, and all of our drills, all of our exercise during the practice always have loss and recovery, always transition, okay? That's really, really important, okay? Obviously, attack, defense, transition, and defense and offensive transition. These 4 parts are part of the modern football, and we need to use every training session if we want that they can decide properly. The presenter doesn't want to work, huh? Yeah, thank you. A little bit about how we work in the staff. The structure of the training session is: I prepare the training session. When we have the list of the players confirmed, because our players are not professional, we need to know how many players will come, if everyone will come or not, and after that we can prepare the training session. We had a meeting with the coaches 1 hour before the started training session. We spoke about the general target of the training session, okay? And these general principles, we have the explication of each drills. We need that the coaches, before start the training session, all the coaches know which are the target, okay? Because we will divide in many groups, many times, and we need that they decide, they do the correction, they give the instruction, okay? This is because before that, we need that all of them know very well the target and the list that we will do. We set the repetition and sets to get the fitness target and organization the drills on the pitch. Okay, everything has to be set before start the training session. The objective of this meeting, as I already said, that we need that all the coaches know the targets, okay, and that the practice go fluid. We need that if we want between two drills that will be only 45 seconds to rest, has to be only 45 second rest, okay? And for that, we need to prepare everything. We need to set all, even for the physio, even for the kitman, we talk about where has to prepare the water between this exercise and the next exercise. It's really, everything is very important, and we have to do a very good coordinated job between of the technical staff, okay? If we can do that, we can control the training and the resting time, okay? If we can do that, we can get the target that we prepare. And the specific practice, we do an initial short meeting with the players and prior time, the warm-up, rondo or a small exercise. We are talking always about short distance of passes, a small-sided game. We included short and medium distance. And after that, big possession with all the distant passes and one competitive reduced game, trying to transfer to the real game, okay, with the target of the training session. At that final, a short meeting again with players and prior time. Yeah. All the training sessions are video recorded. The players who are the GPS system, we use Polar to control the load of the training, to control in live the intensity. Sometimes, especially when we start to training, and I expect it to do, for example, 6 minutes, sometimes we have to cut in 4 minutes because the intensity is too high for the level of the players. Okay, we use on live to do that. And to evaluate the after training the level of each player. Thank you, guys. This is one example of our training session, how we prepare. We have the data of the day. These are the targets for the training session. We have the players that will come. And the first exercise, the second exercise, you can see we have 3 groups in this exercise, and the groups are already with names. All are thinking before. If we want to create a synergy between 2 players, we will put together in the same exercise. It's everything are prepared before. In the next exercise again, even the color of the bibs that we will use, we can prepare before. Has to be everything fluid, has to be everything set before. And also we have the target before for each drill in the... Yeah, thank you. This is the second part, the real, not the real game, the reduced real game, the same with the players with the color, the target, and the distribution of the exercise. We will start in this, then this exercise, and this one, okay? Next, please. No. And after the training session, we watch the training session again, okay? I especially review in the video session and evaluate the data of the GPS system to adjust the next training session. Okay, this was the specific game model for our team for the AMEC. Okay, divided the target in the four phases of the game. Okay, we have the defense. These were our target for the offensive transition. These ones to attack these ones, and for defensive transition, this one. We know in football that all of these moments are continued. This cycle is happening every time, and we need to prepare the team for that. In the cycle of the game, transition, when we are talking about transition losses and recoveries, okay, we focus the training session in the real game. We try to create a scenario in the training session that the players will find in the exercise. If we think that the transition will be fast, or we try to do that, okay? And we try to prepare different scenarios for the players because they have to take the decision and they have to be ready in the games to solve all these different situations. We are talking that in a game there is around 140, 160 transition each game. If we don't train in the transition, it's impossible that the players can do well the transition during the game. Okay, around losses and recoveries, we are talking about 70 or 80 per game. Okay, if we don't do any exercise with loss, that the players lost the ball and the other team recovered the ball and there's some different targets, it's impossible that the players can do well during the game. Okay, each transition, loss or recovery is different. There are many variables. It depends of the in which zone I recover the ball, where is my teammates, which is my body position, where are the opponents, if we are losing, if we are winning, if it's raining or not raining, if we are playing home away. There are many variables that make that every transition are different. Okay, and for that we need that the players need to evaluate all these variables very fast and take the decision. Okay, and the only way to improve this transition, loss and recoveries, is training for that. Okay, this is because all of our drills have the 4 phases of the game. Yeah, and also we use the database. Okay, now we're using Y Scout. Instat is no more because Hadel have bought Instat. Okay, and I want to show you some examples. We check many different concepts. Okay, but I wanted to show 4 different that also we use to evaluate the performance of the team. Okay, example 1 is the typical one. No, we can see also in the broadcast the percent of possession. Every game during the AMEC, we increase the percent of the possession ball. It was a good data for us, especially in the first half. We have the first half. This is in Thailand. If we compare with Cambodia, we are almost in the same percent in the first half. Okay, we have a big difference between the first and the second half, but it was because our fitness level wasn't enough to keep the intensity in the full games and in 4 games in 10 days. Second example, poor possession time or a number of possession. This is a little different. Okay, only Thailand game we couldn't have more or less the same number of possession ball. Okay, that is a big difference. But if we go to the last one, we are in the same number. Okay, and we can see also the poor possession time. The time that we have the ball, we start with 11 minutes in the Thailand game and we finish in 18 minutes in the 4th game. Okay, there is one good progression even in the Philippines game that we play with 10 players 60 minutes, but in the first half the data was really good. Yeah, and the example 3, this is to evaluate the pressing intensity. This is a really good, really good data that Westcott provide us because they are considering number of passes made by the opponent and all the action that we are doing to avoid that. All the action we are talking about, win duels, tackles, interception, pressing to the ball holder. Okay, one more time we can see the difference between the first and second half, and especially against Indonesia and Cambodia. Last 2 games, it's really clear that we couldn't keep the intensity in the second half. The even game was very difficult for us to keep the intensity because we are getting more and more tired playing each 3 days. And the last one, it's open play possession. Okay, we are talking about classificating by increase of the number and duration of possession every game. Again, we can see we are talking the short possession 10 until 10 seconds, 10 to 20 seconds, 20 to 45, and very long, more than 25. We can see again the progression, and at the end of in the last game, we can see that there is a good data for us that we couldn't have in the other games, and the previous game. Even in the qualifier round, we couldn't get these numbers. And other technical approaches that are not measurable with data, okay, that we couldn't see and we can evaluate watching the games, is the competitive spirit of the game was really good. Was really good at the same level that the qualifier round. The confidence to play with the ball was increasing every game. To start the tournament against Thailand, hosting in KL, was very difficult for the players. Was really difficult. They couldn't give us the best performance that they can do, but every game they start to improving the players, and we could see that they play with confidence with the ball, especially in the last game. Okay, the capacity to solve so many different situations in a high intensity match. This is a good evidence for us that the training model that we are using is working well. If the players can solve the situation during the games, is because we are doing in the training session. Okay, the evolution in many aspects, especially in the training session, the four transition, attack, defense, the willingnesses, the effort. Every day we saw this in the players, and it was really good. And one very important aspect that I mentioned before, that I found that some of the players, they didn't want to come to the national team. That was a very surprise when I come here. There's different reasons that's not important now, but the important thing that we convinced to them to come, to try to start to training, and we wake up the passion again in these players, and they start to contact to everyone, and start to play and start to pass from a group of players that I found to a team, and from a team to a family. Okay, we didn't win any game, but the way that the players prepared the games, that they wanted to give their best, was really amazing. It's really a pity for us that we couldn't prepare with more time, or we couldn't got a better level in fitness, because the family that we created was really good and will be really good for the future of the national team. And obviously that now everyone want to come to the national team. That is normal, but this is the normal situation. And what went wrong? Maybe the last 10 or 20 years was wrong. No? If we see, this is the games in the last 10 years of Brunei and the opponents of our group stage. If we go to the total games in 10 years, we can see that Brunei only played 36 games in the last 10 years. Okay, we can see Thailand 133, 100 Indonesia, 1 year was banned. Indonesia couldn't play for 9 months. Philippines 117, even Cambodia 95 games, and Brunei 36. Okay, which is the good part of this statistic, that in 2022 we played 10 games. 10 games are if we go to the average of the games of these four countries, is more or less the same that we play in 2022. We are in the right way, but we are 9 years or more late. Okay, we need to recover very fast. Okay, that's really important for us, that in the last year we did well everything. We played friendly and official games, and we are in the average of games that we need to play to improve the level of the football in Brunei. Please, yeah, thank you. The schedule was wrong also for us. The schedule of the tournament, we were unlucky, or maybe the design of the schedule wasn't good for IFC. Sorry, but we had to play 4 games in 10 days. Okay, only Indonesia and us and Brunei have the same problem. Okay, the other three national teams have 1 day to rest, one round to rest. Okay, when we play against Indonesia, we come after play 2 games in 5 days, and Indonesia only play 1 game. This is a really big difference, really big difference. And in the last one in Cambodia, that our second half, we had 3 players injured. The players couldn't run anymore. It's because we come to play after 4 games in 9 days. Sorry, 3 games in 9 days. This is wrong. The fourth game was against Cambodia, and Cambodia came after 4 days off because in the last game they rest. We rest in the 5th game, okay, in the 5th fixture, and it was really bad for us, especially because our fitness level wasn't good. Okay, it was the schedule didn't help us. And the logistics, there were multiple factors and a sum of details, because after we qualifier, we had to prepare everything very fast, and also we didn't know where we will play because our stadium was under reforming, and when they decided that we will host in Kuala Lumpur, we didn't have too much time, and we had to set everything really fast. Flights in a very bad time, night time, hotel, many things. That also is a little more detail against us, especially for the rest of the players. And the most important, okay, the other one was details, that every detail is important in football, but the most important thing for us was the fitness level of the team. We couldn't keep the intensity in the full games, okay? Because we're coming from a long time without competition. In the last 3 seasons in Brunei, there wasn't Brunei League, nothing. And in the other countries, they only stopped it for one season, okay? In this part from FABD, we can help a lot in the future. And this is not only a problem of training season or system of training, it's also a problem of non-sports culture that we need to change. We need to change. Even from our officials, we have some habits that we need to change. And it's important that we start to change from the kids to the grassroots and then to the senior players. Because when a senior player is getting a milkshake every day for the last 15 years, you cannot change him, okay? But we can teach to the kids or the young teams or the young players how is a good habit for a player. Okay, this is very important for us for the future. And ways to move forward. There is only one way. We need to make better players. Players are the most important. Players are the people that is in the field, and all the decision has to be taken thinking in the players. It's really important that for all of us, for all of FABD, we need to take all the decision always thinking first in the players. The players are the main protagonists of this. This is football, and the players play. Okay, nobody is more important than the players. Sorry, President. Sorry for me also, the head coach. The players are the most important. The players, according to the performance of them, will be evaluate our job. If the players get a good performance, it's because all the people that is working behind are doing well things. This is really important. And how to make better players in a short place of time? Get professional staff, especially fitness coach, that start to collaborate with the clubs using our GPS, working directly with the fitness coaches to control the training session, and also to improve the level of the fitness coaches to local fitness coaches that they will receive very well, and they want to learn for sure. Designing and doing complementary training session, individual or in a small groups, always coordinated with the clubs and with a clear target. we need to convert players in footballers that are not the same. Okay, everyone can be a player, but footballer is a different type of player. Okay, has to be stronger, has to improve many things, and for that we need a professional control from a fitness coach. Training camps like we did in 2022 in Saudi Arabia. We need the training camps are really important. We need to continue in this way. Use all the FIFA days to play friendly matches like in 2022. Okay, it's really important to keep the average of the players every year, and individual meetings with the players, individual video analysis that I will do with all of the players of the national team. And medium and long time, professional, semi-professional league, we need to go forward. We need to to make better league, helping each other from all the different parts. We need competitive games. It's very important that the best players can play with the best players. And lucky we don't have 300 very good players. If we have only 80 very good players, we have to do that. They play between them. Okay, less team that in a division with many teams. Okay, we have to focus on quality, competitive games better than quantity. Obviously, we need the coaching education for local coaches. If we have better coaches, we will have better players. Okay, I know that Paul is working on that. And the grassroots, we need that the kids need to play and play. Play in the school, play in the street. This is a lucky country because the players can play in the street and nothing happens. In another countries, the player cannot play in the street. But we need to wake up the passion in the kids, give the ball, and left to them to play at any time. Okay. And in the training session, in the academies, in the grassroots zone and youth teams, we need use fewer analytes training session and more integral methodology adapted to the age of the kids. Okay, this is the important part that we spoke before. We need exercise where the kids lose the ball and go to recover the ball. We don't need the exercise that pass the ball to this player, move to this cone. This is not football. This is an exercise from 30, 40, or 50 years ago. We need that the players play 2 versus 2, 3 versus 3 with different rules, with different targets to have this transition, this loss and recovery every training session and every drill. And we need to follow the rule of 10,000 hours to be an expert, as Gladwell explained. Okay, if we want to have expert players, we need that the players play at least 10,000 hours before to be a senior player. Thank you.
Mario, thank you so much. Mario, if you can take a seat and we'll open up for Q&A. And we'd like to welcome back Haji Zainal, as well as Mr. Atsushi Hanita to also take part in our next panel discussion. Haji Zainal, I'll hand over to you. We'll have also Paul, who'll be doing a presentation after this.
Okay, that was a very comprehensive post-mortem of what happened, what transpired, and I heard a lot of discussions at the back. Now is the time for you to ask a question regarding what has just been presented. Can I just open? Because of time constraint, I'll just go directly to the question, please. Questions? Yeah.
Okay. Assalamualaikum. It's me lagi, Hazmin. Thank you for your presentation, Coach Mario. I like your presentation. Well done to your service to our country, coaching our country. I know people disappointed sometimes because they don't know football. They only watch football, they don't observe what's really happening. So I can see as a coach that you have made some improvements always in a short time, because as we know, um, to develop or to make them better is not easy, especially in the senior players. So what I want to suggest, and I would also like to reiterate what you have spoken just now regarding the grassroots football in the country, which needs to be revitalized. Yeah, because I understand that without, when they were, these players, they have, the senior players have done their best. What can we do? But still, the standard is not comparable to countries like Vietnam or Thailand. Individually speaking, for these players, technically, physically, mentally, they're always still below the other countries. It's not your fault. But we need to see, where does this fault comes from? This fault comes from the grassroots level. Our grassroots is not as good, I say, compared to other countries, because we lack in grassroots community. I applaud all the grassroots leaders here in Brunei. Thank you for helping the children, but it's not enough. So I would like FABD to prioritize grassroots football in the country, because if we don't teach these kids the way what Coach Mario said just now, the level will not be the same. It will still be the same in 10 or 20 years' time. Brunei will still have the same result. So it's not the fault of the senior players, but the root of the problem comes from the grassroots level. We need to revitalize and see how we can improve the grassroots level, how we can at least reduce the gap between Brunei and the other ASEAN countries at the grassroots level. It's, and how we can promote dreams to children. The culture, like Coach Mario said, is almost non-existent. The culture of football. When Brunei was in the M League last time, when people were going to the stadiums in thousands, 20, 30,000, sometimes even 40,000 to fulfill the capacity of the stadium. Children are, the young people are going there. Now, where can we find it? It's not there. The kids are not going to the stadiums. Where are they going? No. Where can they dream to become the national team players? No. It's not in existence. The culture is not there. How can we start to make it a culture again? Macam dulu. Are we going to still be like this in 10 years' time, in 12 years' time, until 2035? Or are we going to create a new culture for the children to dream for the country? Now we only have Brunei Super League. Tapi like we say, how can we go there? Macam mana? Is it as grand as it was dulu 20, 30 years ago when people are going to the stadiums, ramai-ramai, you know, thousands of people, kids. Now, where are the kids watching football for our country? No. Brunei Super League, that's it. But it's not enough. So, what I would like to reiterate lagi sekali to all the stakeholders, all the football community, is to enhance our grassroots football in the country. To help coaches like Coach Mario in the future when they come, then we already have a standard of players that can berlawan sama challenge the other countries, as ASEAN countries lah. So thank you very much, Coach Mario, and all the panels. Thank you.
I think that statement is directed more towards FABD, but I don't know if Coach Mario would like to respond to that as well. Give your input on it.
Thank you, Asmin. If I have to give one, if I have to give one suggestion to the for the grassroots and for the coaches. My suggestion that I always say is that the coaches has to be brave. Has to be brave to do exercise with the kids that they cannot control, because many times the coaches want to do exercise that they can control, that you pass to this player and you move here, 3 players in each cone, something like that. Is everything is under control. This is because it's not a brave coach. In the we don't know what will happen in a game. This is that we have to do also in the training session. We have to create some drills, some scenarios for the players that we will not happen. We will don't know what happened. Okay, we can guide. Okay, we can put some rules to focus in the part that we want, but for that we need that the coaches has to be brave. Has to be brave because when you put, for example, 2 versus 2, that you can only score a 1 touch, maybe this exercise is not easy the first time. And for the coach, when he's seeing the exercise, he's thinking, oh, this is exercise not good. No, it's perfect. It's perfect. The players, the kids are finding the solution. It's the best way to learn, not to put here and pass to this player that is 10 meters, that's all. No. But we need that the players, that the coaches must be brave. How they can be brave? If they have more knowledge. If you have more knowledge, you are ready to do this type of exercise, this kind of exercise, and after that, you can identify what is happening, and the kids are learning more. And obviously, if you ask to the kids, what do you prefer, to play 2 versus 2 or one drill that pass and move and pass and move and pass and move? Obviously, they prefer to play a game 2 versus 2. This is the best way to wake up the passion for the kids, is to let them to be kids playing football. And for that, we need that the coaches must be brave. And to be brave, they need some knowledge, and this is the part that FABD need to provide: the knowledge, the way to learn, and everything, to create this scenario in the grassroots that make better kids, but especially to wake up the passion to play football. Because when you have 6 years old and you start to play football, and the training session are good, and the kid he will play for the next 40 years. This is the important. For me, is the best suggestion that I can give to the grassroots coaches.
Regarding grassroots, I'll speak in more detail about that in my presentation.
Okay, we have to wait for the presentation. Question, yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning. I'm Ajali Rahman from IKLS MB5. I just have one question. Do you have, for the national team coach, do you have any plan to take or for the naturalization players? Since we have import players from so many clubs right now, do you have any plan for that, for the national team?
I think it's not allowed. Yeah,
I think I've answered.
Okay, thank you.
New coach.
You want to answer that?
That was the
You
first.
want to comment?
During national team senior, that was the first question I asked, because as you know, with other national teams, many naturalized. Indonesia are still naturalizing players from Belgium, Holland. So regarding naturalizations, it's probably a very good question, but I'm sure President will speak more in detail about this.
Terima kasih, Paul.
Sama-sama.
That is a very interesting question. Perkara ini sudah ditimbulkan dulu kepada pihak yang berwajib. mengenai dengan status pemain dan status rakyat. Negara Brunei Darussalam, I'm sorry, maybe there's somebody from Moha here. We have our own unique rules and regulations. We have our own unique policy. And as far as naturalizing players are concerned, it is not in the agenda yet. But there is a pathway. I came to realize that a foreign player having played in a national league of any country for a minimum of 5 years, and if he has not represented his country, maybe naturalized in a way that he is allowed to play through that system. But when you're talking about naturalizing players by offering citizenship or permanent residency, that is something not in our policy yet. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I have more people. I'm not satisfied with my president's answer, to be honest. There's another solution in terms of naturalized player. I think President forgot about this situation when we encounter in Qatar during the World Cup. Does anyone here knows there's one Bruneian bermain in the US? There's one player, 15 years old. He's playing in the US something league for the school or conference or something. So meaning to say, instead of thinking about naturalized, because if we think about naturalized, yet again, it'll be a long term. You have to convince the rightful agency, right? You have to come with the policies and procedures of the nations. To what extent? For example, like Indonesia, after 5 years. But then again, the policy of that government itself allows you for that 5 years to expedite the process. Because in the end, it comes to national agenda. There'll be a long way. But bear in mind, Vietnam doesn't have, I would say. But they have a Vietnamese born outside of Vietnam. He has that DNA, the blood of Vietnam, or maybe I think Cambodia. They have. Yeah, that's why the statistics just now, if you notice, naturalized player, it was only showing our group, Group A, Filipinos, so many Ascals. I don't know which one is the real Filipinos over there.
Only one.
Only one. There you go. Only one real Filipinos play in the national league, the national team.
Finish your time.
Doesn't allow me to speak. So that's the thing. The other Brunei way that we are considering, but we are not ready yet to prepare and to present this, is to find our DNA outside Brunei. There's another solution. For example, like when we experienced this encounter, we met the player. He's playing in the conference in the US. And we asked how many times he played this and that. Real Bruneian. So there's another solution, maybe, that we can consider. Mario was explaining quality is better than quantity. You have to throw that away. Quality. So maybe if we can have 2, 3 proper DNA, Bruneian, with the real Bruneian blood, passion to play with Brunei, maybe there's another solution for naturalized player. That's my thoughts of that, President. Just to add up to support his statement. Not that I'm arguing, but I'm not satisfied. It's not that I'm arguing, but he still has lots more. But maybe we need to support that. Thank you.
Okay, one last question.
Okay, Faik is playing in Chumburi League, right? He's Bruneian. Why
Yeah.
he was not called out for this tournament?
When
Just asking.
yeah, no, good question. I don't have any problem to answer you. When we have to give the list to IFC, we have to give, if I'm not wrong, 25 days before qualifier round. We have to give the list of 32 players for qualifier and for a MEC. Okay, at this moment, Faik wasn't playing in Chumburi. He wasn't playing. He was injured and he didn't get any minutes to play. Okay, this is the reason because we decided to put out of the list and to work with the players that were here because I didn't mention that we did between 5th of September that I reached Brunei until the end of AMEC, we did 49 training sessions. 49 training sessions to prepare a team working with the game model, with the same idea, to create the same behavior. We had to do a big job to prepare a competitive team, and we needed that everyone play in the same way. This was these two parts that he wasn't playing in the what we have to give the list, and also that we had to create a game model and to work a lot with the players that had to be here was the reason to don't put him in the list. But it doesn't mean that he will not be for the future, for sure. Now he's playing well. Now, in the last month, he's playing well and he's getting a good performance. He was my player in HBT, and I know him very well. And for sure that he will play in the future for us.
Thank you. I think I have to cut short the question and answer session to prevent extra added time because we have to allow for one more presentation, right? Yeah, okay. Okay, last one.
Yeah, hello. I'm just a personal football lover, right? So I think adding on to the naturalization, I don't think we can have 11 players to be naturalized, right? So probably we can only have maybe 1, 2. That's added value to the team, probably, right? But let's talk about the local players. What can we do to the local players? All right. You mentioned just now about the welfare about the players. That's the most important thing, right? If you have a car, it's really not performing. Does the driver perform as well? I don't think so. All right, right? Okay, let's talk about your tactical. I'm just out of curiosity. We realize that we are football lovers. We know that our fitness level is not up to the level of this Thailand, Indonesia, Cambodia, probably Philippines. Just a question: why are we not playing defending instead of playing open play position? I think we have seen that we are playing open play position in the sense of high pressing instead of defending and playing counter attack. I'm not sure. Maybe you know better tactically, but we, right, fans or football spectator, they're even better than the one who play. Correct me if I'm wrong. All right, just out of curiosity only, how's the tactical in the sense of that? Are we come to playing a mech just for the sake only playing only, or are we have a targets? Do we have targets? Meaning targets in the sense that we want to have a points or 3 points or winning to this. Do we set any target or not?
Respond to that.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. There is a reason. There's a tactical reason about that. For us, when we had to prepare the games, if we consider our fitness level, and the level of making decision of the players with the ball, if we play to defense, if we defense in a low block, if we recover the ball, we have to play for 70 meters to reach the opponent goal post, and the team wasn't ready for that. This is because we always try to or high block or middle block. We took the risk in our back. for the long balls. We work a lot for that, for the long balls to be ready to run back. And this part we did well. But most of the goals that we got was after recovering the ball in the opponent half, in the attacking half. This is because we wanted in one of the in the game model, one of the targets in the attack part was to play in attacking half. Also because our players coming from a long time without playing, they didn't have confidence to play. And when you play in the attacking half, you can take risk. The players can win the confidence quickly, because if we try to do the build up, for example, the players who are not ready, they didn't have the confidence to do that from the goalkeeper to create a chance and to get even five, six passes without losing the ball. This is because we wanted to play in the attacking half to give confidence to the players, because even for me it's more important the level of confidence the players to play than the tactical plan for the game. If the players are playing with a high confidence and the tactical plan is not the best, for me it's better than if the players are not in a high level confidence, but there is a better tactical plan. I don't know if you get my point. This is really important. If the player can feel confidence with the plan, even I will tell you one thing. Before the Thailand game, we start to prepare the game in a different way. We were coming playing with 4-4-2 in a middle block, and we got the qualifier, and the players were comfortable playing in this way. And one day in the training session, I prepared a different system and to defense a little low, because with Thailand they make many runs to our back, and it's really dangerous. This player moves so fast; they are really dangerous doing this movement. And if we played in the middle block, we will have problems with this movement. Okay. I explained to the players, this is because Thailand game only, because these players, And the players, after 2 days working in this way, they asked me, Coach, we are comfortable playing in low block. We know the risk, but we want to take the risk. Playing in this way, we are here playing a mech. We want to follow this way. The players are telling me that you are comfortable playing in this tone. We will play in this tone, of course, because the player play. Of course, this is for me is the main thing to consider, is that the player need to have the high confidence. If he has the highest confidence doing high press, we will go to the high press. We will take the risk. If the players are more confidence in the low block, we will play in the low block. But the players, if you ask to the players how they prefer to play, they will give you the answer. And after that, we can follow the answer of the players. Even in the friendly game against Laos, before the qualifier round, we couldn't keep the middle block, because the Laos play with a very intensity. They move a lot. They are young, very fast. We couldn't. We have to drop. And after the game, the players told us, when we moved from the middle block to the low block, we were uncomfortable. Because some players prefer to play in one zone, to play in another zone, to play in one way. And the important thing for a coach is to create the best situation for your players. And the best situation for our players was it. Maybe it not was the better plan. You have to decide the better plan with your players. Maybe we have different players. Maybe we can do a different plan. But this was the reason. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I think we have to break there for next session. If you have any further questions on the topic just presented, just submit that to the secretariat, and then I can assure you they will be responded and uploaded on the FABD website. Thank you, Coach Mario. I think I hand over to Jen.
Thank you, Haji Zainal, and the speakers. So, Paul, since you're already there, I'd like to invite you now for your presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Munster joins us now, the FABD Technical Director, with a presentation on Brunei Way towards a successful national team.
Yeah, take it. No. Yeah, but sometimes not. Yes, because I make a final to cut it.
Oh.
Okay, we can put here.
Can clip it in.
Okay.
What time is it? Still pagi? Still time? Pagi? Morning? Is it still morning? What time is it? Oh. This guy. Okay, selamat pagi, good morning still. I'd like to introduce myself, Paul Munster. Been here around 6-7 bulan as the technical director. So I came in around just the end of August. So just figuring it out the first few weeks, just overviewing, looking at everything, what's going on, of what's been happening here. So overall, looking at the facilities, we have the facilities here. We have a great gym. We have a great, call it the media room for the players, presentations. We have facilities here. So there has been a lot of positives since I have arrived. It's not doom and gloom. It's not, oh, we don't have this. We have to look at the positives. Because obviously when you're in other countries, different clubs, there's always pluses and minuses. Nothing is ever perfect. And I have to understand also the population and the country that we're in. We have to go forward step by step. I keep telling you about it step by step now, especially now in 2023. So we must forget. So, no. Okay, when I first arrived, just going back to the questions with Mario, with the grassroots, because for me, this is the most important. We're talking about the player pathway for Brunei. So when I arrived, we were straight in with grassroots. So quick story with this. Within my second week, one of the coaches had flip-flops on. I couldn't believe it. So that was a wake-up call for me also, knowing what the job entailed of what's going on with the grassroots. So obviously talking to the coach in the nicest possible way on how he should be dressed as a coach. That was the first thing I noticed. Not even the players, it was the coaches I was looking at first, because how they were setting up. So the first thing I did, we did workshops straight away. Because the first 2-3 weeks, I was just watching how they played. I didn't say so much. I was just observing. I'm a guy who likes to take notes on everything, on what we're doing regarding the grassroots. So after the second week, straight away, I talked to RZ, who's the head of grassroots. We needed to do workshops with the coaches. Start with the coaches and how we want to play. When I first arrived, like I'm saying, the goalkeepers got the ball, they just kicked it long. Everything was long. We did throw-ins, we stopped it. Kids didn't know how to take throw-ins. So we had started from futsal, starting with the pass. So basic details on technical. So the workshops were in. So straight away, we got D license. It was a D license course for the grassroots. So we got courses in straight away to educate the coaches on the pitch. What's the updates with football, the laws of the game. The referees were here also explaining to the referees on what we want to change with grassroots.
because the referees are the most important. If they don't know the rules, it will be a circus. So there's a lot of things going on here with grassroots. So the workshops, which was positive, because all the coaches understood we needed to change, because the talented players, I was very, very surprised. We have many, many talented players in Dua in grassroots. And what we've done with these players, we created a database, selected 26. I was scouting personally by myself, identifying the players, because many people were asking, how do you scout, TD? What are you looking for? So we created the Pitani of the player, what we're looking for, technical, mental. We've given this to the TDD staff who work closely with me also on what players we're identifying for Brunei national team players. President was talking earlier about the golden generation. I believe we do have one. This year, we have the under 13s. There's a golden generation of players. They're better. We will speak later. They're better than the older players, the 15, 17-year-olds. We have better players right now. They're 8 to 12-year-olds. Now they're going into 13. So we've had some quality 7-year-olds. We were talking about the child welfare. We were discussing how can we get the younger players who are good enough. For me, if you're good enough, you're old enough. So we got the parents' consent form. So once the parents sign the form, we let the kids play. For me, like Mario was discussing about the hours, the kids need to play because we're 2 years behind, possibly 3, because of COVID. So we're talking about technical, mental health. Players were overweight, which is normal because they were stuck at home, lots of maca, eating all the time. So there's many things, the physical aspect, and this is just grassroots, what I noticed. So we had to start big on this, and I am very big on grassroots because we keep saying grassroots is the future. It is. People are saying in 10, 12 years, they should be in the national team. For me, 8. Once they get to 17, 18, 19, the potential players we have, they should be playing senior national team football. Because from back then, when I was 16, we were already playing national team senior. So we're trying to push and explain to the kids what the pathway is. And that started from the workshop with the coaches. So we showed, every time we did a workshop, we showed this pathway. And we're explaining to the players, they all want to be footballers. The problem is they all wear Liverpool and Chelsea tops. This is the problem. So they love football. They know football. They watch football because I know the kids. I know the parents. The next weekend I see the kids. How was it? They win? Yes. Salah score. They know all the players. So it's not really negative like grassroots. It's a complete disaster. We have players. We know the parents who I'm speaking to a lot and the players. I know the players' faces. We had a great dinner a few days ago, the grassroots, the appreciation dinner. Over 550 people attended. We give certificates to the coaches. We had players for best player, top scorer, player of the tournament, the most dedicated person. So there was very positive on the grassroots aspect. But going back to that, we're talking about the grassroots. We have to continue now. There's going to be a new batch of young players coming through to the grassroots because from last year, now these players will move up to the under 13, under 15. So from grassroots, there will be an under 13 team specifically. I have identified, like I'm saying, 26 players because we've been discussing, because AFF, we will not have this year because it's AFC. So I've talked to TDS, the Aris, who's, I'm sure you know Aris from AFC FIFA, that we're creating a TDS fund for our 13 and 15-year-olds. So this will help with the trainings. We were going to organize tournaments and getting players also to go outside. So there is a pathway, and we're still talking about this and how we continue, because AFC will be coming here in the next few months to see what we're doing, because it's important that they come in to see our grassroots. So it will continue. And then going up to the under 15s, we're working very closely with MOE. Right now, that's ongoing. We have workshops again starting now. But going back to the grassroots, there's tournaments coming up here in March. There's 3 big tournaments at FABD A Plan, which will be from all the schools coming here to play. So that's under 12s. And then going up to the 15s, it will be the same with the leagues. The leagues will start around May. The 15s, it's a little bit more patient because obviously the Ramadan will be coming up, but right now they're training. So the aim is also to visit these clubs because some of them have not started yet. Some need more time, which we have to give them, and we have to understand the situation we're in. We're all not professional academy clubs. We have to understand the situation. But going up to the 17s with the MOE, the workshops, again, have started with the teachers. Teachers coming in to be coaches. We're treating them as coaches because soon we will have a tournament. We will have 32 schools with the under 17s coming to play tournaments, which is really exciting. We're pushing MOE because we're in direct dialogue. We want more teams, more schools. So when I first arrived, we had 8. It was 8, then it went to 12 and 16. After 16, we're like, coach, de bagus, it's okay. No, we pushed. Now we have 32. So if we're pushing and we continue, we will get more. But 32 schools confirmed with under 17s, which is massive because the under 17, we don't have a league. So the schools is important. All the players are in the schools. Without the schools, all of this is a waste of time. Waste of time. But thankfully, we have it. I press up, go back. And then the pathway is saying to the 15s and 17s, there will be an under 20 development league. This is critical because some of the players from 17 might not be able to make that step up to senior. We need an in-between. Some players, yes, I'm sure they will go up. But we have to be careful because after 17, we don't want to work from here, go up to 17, and they quit. They have to continue. So we're creating an under 20 league, development league. This is interesting because it gives them a chance to play more. Sometimes players, it takes more time. Example, we're both 17. He's better than me. It may be in 2-3 tahun lagi, I might be better than him. We call it late development. There's a lot of late developers in football. It happens. So the under 20s is massive with this. Talking to some of the coaches on the boat cruise last night, they're already training, which is great with the under 20s. So there is progress with this because with the senior teams, they will be looking for the under 20 players. Why? Because when they go up to the senior, the rule for each senior team, you must have 2 players under 21, must start. If he gets injured or suspended, if he's out, there has to be another under 21 player to come in. So we're expecting 16 teams in the BSL. There's 32 under 21 players playing. Plus, maybe 2-3 lagi on the bench because that's the future. We've identified, obviously, Mario, we all understand, the senior team, going to the national team, we have a lot of players over 30. And with national team, with competitions, it's every 1-2 years. They get older. We need fresh legs. We need new competition. I'm very big, and Mario himself, we're all big on younger players. Competition. Kind of eventually we get the old players out. That's the target with the younger players. Because if they don't, the older players have to stay. But we need a pathway. The players need to train. I understand in Brunei, Friday and Sundays, most of the times that's when they train. But going back to the schools, speaking to the kids in the grassroots and under 15, the sports school example, they train 4 times a week. So there's 6 times training example. Because for me, 2 trainings a week, it's not enough. But how can we do it more? Help from MOE, which we're continuing to have a good relationship because we need the schools to believe what we're doing. And the great thing is with the teachers, on their day off, they're coming here. Normally on a day off, you want to stay home with your family. But they're coming here. They want to support this. They want to be educated because we'll speak later about the coaches because the coaches are important. And then when these kids are good, then they go into the senior national teams. We're only picking the best players. Whatever happened before, happened before. Best players will be identified. Best players will be in the national team. It's simple as that. And that's how it should be. So when these leagues starting, we're talking a little bit with scouting. We're talking about our national team. Do we have a big national team? No. Big population? No. So myself, the coaching staff, we're the scouts. We scout the players. We watch the games. We watch the trainings. We write down the list of the players. We scout. So then we identify them as national team talent. And then eventually up to the national team. So the pathway is there, but this has to continue. And everyone believes in this pathway. If you all believe in this, the players believe in this, the coaches believe in this, the schools believe in this, the stakeholders believe in this, this will happen. But it has to continue. So we're going to go into the key values. I could write 20 key values easily, but we have to be specific. The passion, it's there. But we have to continue this. We have to get everybody to believe in this also. Everybody loves football in Brunei. That is one of our key strengths. Passion. They love this game. We're talking about it. Even the older players, senior onwards. Everyone is part-time here. Coaches, volunteers. We love football. It's the best job in the world. So the passion is there. The respect. This is mutual respect. Not just talking about players. Players have to respect each other in the leagues. No fights. Respect the referees. Respect your coaches. The coaches have to respect the players. It goes both ways. It's too easy to say respect. We have to respect each other in the room. Football is about opinions. You could have something about football. Maybe I don't agree. But we have to respect the game. This is the most important. This is massive. This gives us a good name. For example, the AFC, FIFA coming here to see us. And they see how we are, how we approach the game, that we love the game. And then this goes into the United. This is massive. This is togetherness. Everybody together. I've noticed in other national team countries, bigger population countries, many countries are not together. Why? Players have ego. Some players make big money. They don't care about the training. They're not together. They focus on themselves. I have my allowance. I have my goal bonus. I have my win bonus. I don't like him. Last week we played each other. In England, old generation, the golden generation, they won nothing. Why? They didn't like each other. Chelsea group here, United group here, Liverpool group here. They didn't speak. Now they spoke about it. They make big regrets, big national teams, because they have that ego. The great thing with this group, what I've observed with grassroots, the youth, and with Mario, the national team, everyone's together. There's no ego. No one has big money. No one is professional. Everybody works. They work hard, even the coaches. No one has egos. We have to be in this together. That, for me, is one of our key strengths here in Brunei. These three. Massive. But everyone has to believe in this. And what I've seen so far, everyone has. Don't want to speak so much on technical because Mario has spoke about this. But game module, I'll go back to the grassroots like I talked about specifically. Basically, keeper has the ball. You cannot kick long, pass over the half. If it goes over the half, referee knows, okay, do it again. Play out from the back. National team players, if they're called up to the 15s, the 17s, under 23s, we want them to play similar to the senior team. We need same philosophy. Example, President's the head coach of the under 17s. He wants to play 3-5-2. He wants to play a different type of football. Then he has two good players go up to the Mario's national team. Mario has a different system. Will this player be able to adjust to Mario's system? No, because it's totally different. So we're trying to find ways to get it quickly as possible so the players understand what is defending. When we lose the ball, what do? Do we press or do we stay? So the important that each coach does same as what the national team does. So once that kid gets promoted, he already knows what to do. Does he have time to think about this? No, because he already knows. So each situation on this, the points. We want all the national team age groups to be sama. Must be the same. What we done one is with the youth, before they train, they went to Mario. We invited all the youth coaches last year to watch Mario, his staff. Before they train, they have a meeting. So we invited all the youth team coaches who were previously in the national team to look at the preparation of training. And I'm just sitting there watching them. They're like, oh my God, different level. But this is what we want. We want our local coaches to learn from our foreign coaches, because the aim is long term. Eventually, when we're gone, the local coaches know what to do. That is our aim. So inviting them to training so they see what the national team is doing. So when they go to their team, they're doing similar, so they understand. So again, that's the game model on what we want to create. So they'll always be invited. The Timor-Leste, the playoff games, the youth team, they all came to the game. Did you notice that? The under 17s, 15s, they all came to the game. Coaches all came to the game to see how we were playing. And I try and explain to them this situation, what they've just done. This is what you are doing. Does it give them motivation and chance to play for the senior? Yes. So we're trying to create that situation. So, and we want the youth teams to be linked to the national team. We don't want a gap. Going back to the unity, we have to be together. Don't want a group here. The coaches don't watch the training. They don't speak maybe tomorrow. No, we want together. So they know exactly how we want to play with all the age groups. And then again, just going through the principles. This is important with all the coaches. So going back to our workshops, even with the schools, the grassroots, the coaches, we show them this. This is what the national team do. This is what we want to try and do with you. So when we're doing workshops in the class, and then when I take them out to the pitch session, these are the same principles, what we're trying to do. And then each week, they understand more and more. Some coaches understand more, some may need more time. That's why I always speak about consistency. Because sometimes when a new coach sees this, they're going, oh my God, what's this? But step by step, we have to explain our principles, because in the game, 4 phases of play. That's the game at any level, not just in Brunei. Practices. So football is a simple game. It's a simple game. It's not confusion. It's not, you're not going to university. It's a simple game. We put it in points. If someone's not sure, we will explain to them in the points. Sometimes when we have workshop and I went to a coach, they're like nervous. It's not school. I'm in, right? They're so nervous. So we want them to be encouraged, have confidence. So what we know, we're trying to tell them. So these are the general practices. In football, everything is about decision making, because the coach cannot go onto the pitch and show him. We have to show them in training, show them on video. But like we're talking about the grassroots, starts from there. Give them situations when they do a mistake. Okay, and then we explain to the player, help him. So this is important, because sometimes with the general practices, when the kids make a mistake, one story. There's one good player. I will not mention his name. He's a very good player. This morning, he was terrible. There was one game he was bad. Coach is shouting at him, hey, you must run, you must shoot. Come on, take the player, because he can't take. So after the game, Mohammed, we call him, I just brought him over. I only asked him two words. What's wrong? Hey, coach, I'm hungry. Apa? No maka? No. He didn't eat before the game. Is your parents here? Yeah. So he pointed me to his father. So I just asked him, okay, but go to because we have volunteers, go take some food. Coach, maybe next game he don't play, because in grassroots we have many games. Go take some pineapple, some fruit, take some water, and go to the parent, because the parents are the most important, not the kids. The kids. So I said, please, he needs food. You need to wake up because they slept over time. And then the distance coming here. So it's not always about the kids, the players. Sometimes it's about the parents. So we're trying to explain to the parents, when he comes here, he needs to eat. He needs to sleep good. Try and wake up early. The alarm. I know there's situations. So we have to educate the parents. Sometimes with the grassroots, it's not just we cannot talk to the kids. They're 8, 9, 10, 11. Kids are kids. they're not going to pay attention. So we have to educate the parents on these situations. The great thing is the parents are here. So while the games are playing, we can go around and talk to the players. How was your son today? Everything was good. We can joke. What did he have for breakfast? We're not criticizing the parents, because if we do that, maybe the parents don't come back. So we have to have a balance on that unity of keeping everybody together. So that was just a one little example that it's not sometimes about the kids' performance. We have to find out why. There's always a reason as to why. And then it goes back into this, are there systems working together, effective pathways, and the consistency. Consistency is massive on this, because all of this relates to this. So the effective pathway, do we have a pathway? Yes. We've shown it, we've explained it, but now we have to do it. League starts 3rd of March. Grassroots, it's already started. Workshops, already started. Under 17 starts in March. Tomorrow's March. So things are happening. Under 20 teams have started training. 15 teams have already started training. National team in March, we have Bangladesh outside. We have a Tri-Nations coming up. This year, there's only 5 times with national. But again, we have to work together. Going back, we'll speak a little bit about the stakeholders. I think after we've spoken to the stakeholders, they've all left now. And then it goes up into the systems. Like I've talked about, the systems have to be similar on what we're doing with all the age groups. It's not just one. To be successful, the system has to filter from the top. It needs to filter down to the bottom. And the great thing is, with this forum, you also understand, okay, this is what we're trying to do. So if someone asks you, then you have an answer. You have something to say. Okay, we're planning, we're doing this situation, which is great, because in Brunei, small place, everyone will talk and want to know what's going on. So regarding what I'm talking about with all this, it's to leave, we need to evolve in the legacy. This is from now, but in 10, 15, 20 years, God forbid, everything is going smoothly. And the longer, especially the longer I'm here, I can adjust and add more things to it. How to make it better. Because we're here to make things better. We love it, like I say. This is our life. So we're talking about the players as coaches, which is massive. The amount of times I've been asked about when does the coach education start. So finally, first things first, we have brought in a head of coach educational person. Amin, just stand up. So I'm very happy for Amin to come, because Amin also works with the sports schools. So we have a great connection. So we've been working tirelessly with Atsu, with our Japanese guy. He's been helping also, because he was the former caretaker with coach education. So they two are working a little bit closely. The great thing with this, our staff, we're all working in the same building. So the communication, de bagus. So we're non-stop going what's going on. So 2023 coaching education, because previous years, obviously with COVID, everything stopped. Talking to former coaches. Coach, last time I did a coach education, 2017. When do we have new? So there's lots of questions. When? How much? So AFC have approved. First they've approved is the fitness. This was already approved. Fitness, goalkeeper, and futsal. AFC approved this before I came. We only had 3 lined up. But after this, we need more. We need C license, B license, A license, refreshment course. Sometimes when I spoke refreshment course, they didn't understand. So everything hopefully all going well, because there's lots of work to do, because we need to inform the coaches, all the coaches in Brunei, regarding the fitness. Because in the next slide, I'll explain why this is massive. This needs to start now. So it's out. So in May, we have the fitness. Goalkeeping will also be in the fitness level 1. So this year will be level 1. Next year is level 2. So it's 1A, 1B. Then after that goes to 2, then 2A, 2B. So there's a process. But the most important is this year. Going into the futsal, goalkeeping. Again, futsal, everything will be complete by June. And then start of June onwards, the coaching will start. C license diploma in June. There will be 2 parts. Part 1, part 2 on the C, which you can see from June, and then we're going part 2 into July. B license will also be in July. 2 parts, B1, B2. And then, which is very important also, is the A license coaching diploma, which we've done a little bit later. This will be in September, and this will be going a little bit more into the next year with the A. So regarding this, to do fitness level 1, there's only 3 right now who's done that. That was an introductory course, but we have to start this. The great thing is this has been approved by AFC, so we have to continue this. So, example, to have the B license, you need to have the C. To do the B, you need the coach. There's a logbook, there's a criteria, there's a list of what you can't. You cannot just come in and go, hey, TD, I want to do B license. There's a process on what you need to do. Same with the A license. You need to have the B, you need to have a team, you need to have your logbook, you need to have your certificate. And the same thing with the A. Once you have your A, the long-term dream is to have a pro license here in Brunei. That's the dream. Because right now, pro license, we're encouraging if they want, you have to go to Malaysia, Indonesia, other countries. But long-term, love to get a pro license in Brunei. Will it happen right now? No. Because many of these coaches need certificate on this. So we have around six licenses this year, which is massive. This is very, very important. So there's lots of work to be done. Example, we're trying to put rules in place for the BSL, the Brunei Super League. The goalkeeper in the Brunei Super League, he must have a license. Does he have? No. Fitness coach, I spoke to some fitness coaches in the BSL. Do you have a fitness course certificate, diploma? No. So we have to install into the clubs that your coaches must have a license. Because next year onwards, and if they get called up to the national team, we had an AFC situation with the under-17s. There's rules in place that your fitness coach must have a level 1, level 2. Did we have? No. So, but the great thing is now we're showing this to AFC. We're showing this also to FIFA that we're putting things in place now. Now they can give us the benefit of the doubt because we're showing that we're going to do this. And then when this continues, going to the next slide, then it will explain in more detail of the A. Right now we have 8 A coaches diploma. It's way too low, but we have to start somewhere, like I said. So we need to get all the B licensed coaches to tell them that the A licensed coach is going to start. So lots of information, communication needs to be shared. If you know a B licensed coach, you can talk to them. Hey, now the coaching course, it's going to happen this year. This is official. Only 15 of the 17 are still active. So example, the 2 who are not active, we need to talk to them. Hey, you need to get active. You cannot have your A license course, your diploma, and you haven't been active in many, many years. So we need to get them aware. Same with the B license. Total of 26 coaches have a B certificate in Brunei. Out of the 24, only 17 continue to be active. Only 17. On 17, only 6 trainers are involved in the BSL. That is way too low. So my question is, the other coaches in the BSL, do they have a certificate? Yeah, you're laughing. So is there work to be done? Yes. But the great thing is, when I go to these club visits, we will show all this. Already we've had managers meeting, Tika Kali, managers meeting, they've seen this and they're like, okay. But okay, it's good. We have it now. We can show. If we don't show, they will say, you do nothing. But no, we're going to show. Same with the C license, 152 coaches in Brunei. Only 20 are active out of 115. And again, there are also players who remain active in the Super League and the Singapore League. There are some coaches we've been speaking to in the C license diploma. Some are working now in Malaysia and Singapore, wanting to know when is the next course. So again, lots to be done. And then going through the goalkeeping coaching, which is massive. I've been watching the grassroots, the youth. Many teams don't have goalkeeper coach, which a little disappointing, but okay, now we have to start. We have to show how to do goalkeeping coaching certificate. Only 8 coaches joined the level of the first level in 2016. Out of 8, only 1 went to level 2. Only 1. So this we have to change. And he's in Malaysia. So level 1, only 3 remain active and train in the academy. We have to change that. And then go into futsal. Futsal is actually okay. It's positive a little bit on futsal. So there's currently 22 in level 1 futsal since 2014. But the issue is the fitness. There's only 1 active fitness, Amir. And then again, a little bit under fitness. Only 1 coach joins and has the level F1 requirement. So when we went to AFC, we tried to get him to go to both teams because AFC required that certificate. So we need more fitness coaches. It's massive. This is massive. Goalkeeper and the fitness is massive. We need to improve this. Total of 25 participants participated, and only 3 candidates were successful in the introductory. But I have some questions with this because some of them I think more should have passed this. But we will do this fitness course again, and we will help the fitness coaches more because we need more active and we need more educated fitness courses. Yep. And then just overall, Brunei coaches, 8 with the A, 24 with the B, 152. This is overall. This is not now active, but this is our ballpark of all Brunei. Goalkeeper level 1, 7. Level 2 is only 1. So we need to get up to speed. If we do level 1 next year, then next year we get into level 2. Then it's perfect for AFC because AFC is next year. That's perfect timing for us. So we have the requirements. And again, the fitness, we got to step up. We have a long list of fitness coaches who want to be fitness coaches, which is perfect. So that will be set up. And of our head with that will also be Amir, who is currently on that. And going into the AFC, the FABD, we're also doing this with the AFC instructor coming in. Currently 9 on the A. Fitness, we have 3 now. It's improving. Futsal is high, but we want more with futsal. We will never stop. Example, if we think there's a lot of numbers and we're like, oh, no, it's good now. No chance. We will always improve. Because I also want to see who earn their certificate. You don't just walk in, do some stuff, and then you're expecting your certificate. You have to earn it. Because we want educated, quality, talented coaches. This is massive. Without that, how can we help the players? Can't. So again, player pathway, coaches pathway. Players are the most important, yes, but we also need coaches. So this is just giving you a little example. So for goalkeeper level 1, we want them to do the C. Same with fitness level 1, C. And then it goes up. The higher level you go up the pathway into B. Up to A. And then again, the dream is the pro. So that's what we're working on with the coaches. Interesting one, beach soccer. We're already in dialogue, myself, Amin, and Atsu. We're discussing about this because it is mandatory. We want to do it. Will it happen now? No, but we would like to do it by the end of this year because we need to speak in more detail on what we want to do. I'm sure we'll get a lot of coaches if we say there's beach football. Many will turn up. But exciting as well because for me personally, I don't know about beach soccer. I don't know. We've never did this before. It's new. So this will be a good challenge for everybody. And I think this will be fun. So again, interesting. And then again, with the beach soccer, if you want to be a coach, he's laughing. Level 1, and then after that, do we stop? No, we'll do level 2. Because you never know in the future. Brunei, maybe we could have a great beach soccer team. Maybe competing with Mario's team. So these are the things in place. And then we try and go up the ladder on the coaching, futsal and the beach soccer. Futsal has already started. So that was the first tournament that has started here in Brunei. It started Domingo. 2 weeks ago, it already started. The place was full. Everybody was watching. Futsal is very popular in Brunei. So it's interesting. So we have a lot, as you can see, lots of coaches, they think it's fun. So, and it helps with us also with their technical ability because everyone loves to play football. So futsal is ongoing and it's popular. I was surprised how popular it was in Brunei. It's decent. So I'm looking forward to meeting the futsal coaches because in detail, I haven't really spoke to the futsal coaches because they're already in season now. But once we bring them in here for the coaching courses, I will get to speak to the coaches. Goalkeeping coach and fitness coach also. Futsal, if they have a fitness coach, we will get him in to do his fitness course. So there's not a big difference with futsal. Futsal, we try and put it in to help the goalkeepers. Because level 1 is just basic hand position. So that's similar to futsal. So if you have a futsal team who's a goalkeeper coach who doesn't have a license, we tell them that there's a goalkeeping course coming up. I want everybody coming. But again, they have to be in teams. So we'll start from BSL, we'll go to the futsal league, under 17s, 15, grassroots. These coaches will all be priority first because they will have a team. It's easier for us then to get them in. Okay. I hope that was the main points that I spoke about. I know Mario spoke a lot in detail. We were talking about the stakeholders because I'm trying to speak more to the stakeholders because I just have the note. MCYS, the Ministry Youth Culture Sport. When I came here, one of the main things that I noticed, because again, the players are part-time, was release letters. First, it was 2 months. We need to give 2 months in advance. So release letters to the government. Government go to the player's job. Then the job goes to the player. My God, it's too much. But now they say 3 months. So if we cannot do it in 2 months, how can you put it to 3 months? But again, we need to speak to them. I think maybe now that while the stakeholders, the government maybe have been here, maybe it's a little bit of a wake-up call. Like, okay, they're serious. They want this to happen. So hopefully that they go back to their offices and maybe they start to talk that we're here. We have AFC here also. We have people from all over regarding this. And then also with the MOE, which is doing a good job. Man, I hope that wasn't too long. Man, terima kasih. Thank you.
Paul, thank you. So we'll now go into our Q&A. Shahnon, that's good with you? Haji Zainal, if you could now moderate our next discussion and session with Paul.
Water? Atsu, Amin.
And Mario and Atsu will also be joining Paul, as well as Amin.
We're very, very deep into injury time. So we'll go straight to that was a very passionate presentation. We'll just go straight to the question and answer session. Question, please. Yep, thank you. Can we have a mic, please?
Assalamualaikum. Good morning, everyone. I'm Faisal from Saber Satu. Would you consider providing the AFC football management course physically in the future? I know the course has been conducted online, but would you consider to bring it over here and conduct it physically?
I have this. I would consider it. And like I said, there's 1,000 things. I think it was Gia said, there's 1,000 things I could write on what I would like to do here. There's many, many things. But it is possible. Right now, realistically, no, because as you can see, we have a lot to do this year. But in the future, it is possible. These courses, some is psychological. There's many, many things we need to do. But going back from young, all the kids in the schools, we have to start from there. Then we need to work our way up. And then when they come to the national team, we should be ready and be prepared for that. Yes, we would like to bring people in from maybe from Brunei or people from outside. But how do we manage that? Again, the budget, which is the great word, not just in Asia, world football, that it is possible in the future. There's many things possible here because there is potential. But thanks, it was a good question.
Paul, I have a question for you. FABD and AFC runs, the coaching, for example, the A coaching diploma. What is the difference between the FABD A diploma and the AFC A diploma?
It mixes over.
This one is the AFC coaching convention. AFC didn't accredit AFCA coaching convention in FABD. That's why 2022 we organized AFCA FABD A diploma course. This one is FABD A coaching diploma. Then 2023, this year, our coaching course, and then AFC will come to assess also accredit A coaching convention. Then this FABD A coaching A diploma coach will be AFC A coach, A diploma coach.
Hello. Hi, I'm Iqbal, one of the football levels in Brunei. I got one question. You did the player path from grassroots all the way to senior national team. As we all know, in Brunei Darussalam, we don't have a clear professional environment, football environment. So it all got to do with a lot of, players who rely a lot on parents in terms of, payment, in terms of money. So are there any thoughts on career path linking with players' education? So for example, giving scholarships to Bruneian who excel well, and then giving them, instead of getting outsiders to be playing to Brunei, so we send them, for example, when they play well national team, get very good O level, then you'll be sent to UK or US or Australia to go to like a football academy. At the same time, doing your degree. So when you come back, you will be at least getting a degree, which can be your full net if your football career doesn't go as well. And at the same time, you'll excel in football. So are there any talk in? I know this would not be easy in a 1-2 years path, but it's something that I think is very important so parents can consider FABD is having that option. So now I can send my kids to play more. Thank you.
That's a good question because I personally know in Europe, they're starting to do this with national teams. They've just started doing this. But for us, again, right now, we're not ready for this. But there's three things I'm looking at. I understand you're talking about the diploma, the education for the player. We're trying to create a pathway for these players up to the senior team. Yes, BSL, yes. We're trying to see what else we can do. So like we spoke about FIFA, there's going to be live streaming for the BSL. There's going to be live streaming, so any people in the world can watch this. And then with BSL, if you get into the AFC, you're going to be playing against AFC teams. So when these players and also playing with the national team, playing against other teams, there is ways for our players to go outside. I've already been contacted by some people in Indonesia. First question they asked me, who is your best young player? Because there's possibilities. And Kuala Lumpur also was contacted. They're looking for 2 players, potentially under 21, to play in the second team. So there is people here looking for young, talented Brunei players. That's professional. That's not education. I'm trying to see how can I get them into professional level as quick as possible. So there is pathways on live streams playing in AFC, because me and Mario were actually discussing about it, because there's a few Cambodian teams. Cambodia League is, when I was in Indonesia, you kind of look down on it. But after AFC, there's been 3 players after the Cambodian, and Bishaka and another team who did well in AFC. Now 1 plays in Thailand and 2 of them play in Indonesia. And they're on massive contracts, bigger than the local players. So this is what I'm trying to see. Can we get our players to do that? I'll give you an example. We do have 1 talented player, Hakimi. But he's currently now, he will be playing in the Singapore League this year. But it's trying to get young other players, if they get into the AFC level. Once they get into the AFC, it's up to the players to step up, because that's their stage to promote themselves. And then when the games are online, if people want to watch the games, like the scouts, the agents, or the club bosses, they can watch the game live. But at the end of the day, to get to that next step, the players have to step up. We can only do so much that we can. But going back to your question, in the long term, is it possible? Yes. Talking about education, we're talking about the management side of it. It is possible, these situations. That is long-term situations, but I would love to get players into playing professional level, playing outside Brunei, Cambodia. But we have to be realistic on what countries we're trying to get into with our connections, our contacts, and players seeing. Because my feedback was the player that stood out for the national team was the goalkeeper. He was the player that stood out from the feedback that I heard. And people didn't know him. So many people from outside don't know our players. But this is the time now to how can we profile them, which I will speak to the other clubs. How do you profile your player? Do they have an agent? They don't have. So how can we help them to go outside? And the AMIC was the best exposure. But going back to your question regarding the educational side, that would be a long-term situation, because I know here education is very, very important. From my experience so far here with grassroots and the youth, example, September, October, November, December, study. There's tests. There's some players, when I was here these 4 months, I never seen them. Now last week at the appreciation dinner in grassroots, who are you? What's your name? My parents, sorry, I could not come. My parents, I must focus on my education, my exams. So trying to speak to the parents. Will I see him this year? Trying to, again, talking to the parents. Yes, coach, but I prioritize right now his education. Okay, but after the education, he will play, he will train? Yes. So is there battles along the way? Yes. But what I feel is important is talking to the parents. The grassroots appreciation, you're trying to talk to the parents, getting to know them. And again, when I'm talking about the database with our golden generation under 13, we have his name, we have their age, we have the club they play for, and plus we have their parents' number. I have it in the wall. So if I need to call up, I'm not calling the player, I'm calling the parents, because the kids are still young. So we're trying to get that communication and dialogue that the parents believe in what we're doing. And hopefully when they do believe, and when we bring them to the training, they will say, okay, he can train this night, but maybe next week he has to study. Okay, but we have to give and take. But I know study here is a big agenda here. But long-term with educational wise, with the scholarship, how many years on scholarship? Again, that's a question. Is it 2-3 year scholarship? And after the scholarship, what will happen after that? These are the questions we need to ask, because if it's a 2-3 year scholarship, which I know in my country, there's a 3-year scholarship. After that, they're still not sure what they will do, because we don't want to waste you can say waste 3 years of their time on scholarship, and then after that 3 years, they do another pathway. So we have to be 100% on what we will do with these projects in place, because there's many questions will be asked. But good question.
I'd like to add to your comment. Thank you, Iqbal. Thank you for the questions. Actually, in our travels, when we met our, the football associations that we have signed MOC with, we had been exploring the idea of sending our best players to their academies and then to play in their league. Maybe not in the tier 1, maybe tier 2. But we have to identify, these best players first. But then again, there are associated issues with our players. Firstly, they have to adjust their mindset. Going to a foreign country, you should not expect to be treated like you are playing in Brunei or you are staying in Brunei. You have to make a lot of adjustment. So this was one of the failures way back in 1984-85 when Bafa sent 3 players to Sheffield United, whereby they just could not adjust. They just could not adapt. They still like their nasi goreng, but they couldn't cope with the fish and chips. That kind of scenario. So the same thing, we have been talking to our counterparts how they can absorb our coaches. Maybe 2 to 3, good coaches, to be sent, to Saudi or to China or wherever, so that they can learn new things, new tricks. The same with the referees. If they can go to Malaysia and referee in the M League, go to Singapore, in the S League, go to Thailand, anyway. But then again, you see, they have to prove themselves that they are good enough. They are good enough because if they're not good enough, they're not embarrassing just themselves, but they are also embarrassing FABD. Now, I'd like to tell you one story. There is a parent here who sent his son to a football academy in Phuket. Maybe some of you know him. This kid was with Project Ikat Pusu at one time. And he was sent, or rather picked, by Astro. Betul kah, Astro? He was sent to Barcelona. And he came back. And then he decided, okay, it's time for him to embark on a football career rather than pure academics. And I was just told by the father last week that he underwent a trial, and if he's good enough, he will be admitted to an American university where he'll be given a sports scholarship to follow football. So this kind of, commitment from the parent, forking out his own money to send his son to an academy. This is something maybe foreign to us, but, not every kid can be a lawyer, engineer, doctor. There is more to life than being an academician. But, there is still something else to look forward to, like being a professional footballer. Thank you.
It's almost 1. I'm conscious of the time. We're at the mercy of the secretariat. How long can we? Okay, just one more. Yeah.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Just a short question, Paul. When I saw your presentation, especially in the career path, are you open to suggestions and proposals? Because I can see, in my opinion, there's some things that needs to be tweaked or added on in that pathway. I hope that FABD will grant me access to see you on. We discuss this in the future. Yeah, that's it.
Paul, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, far away.
Okey, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Haji Ali dari IKLS. Saya ada satu soalan lah yang perlu kita ni tahu kali ya. Kita ni melihat thank you to our national team coach, dia ada membuat postmortem on their national team. Bagi kita ni tahu ada sebelum ini last year we have ada a few tournaments under age, which is under 15, under 16 and under 18 to under 20 national team. What are our findings on postmortem? Adakah kita ni membuat postmortem on that atau we leave it saja cuma tu? So anybody can answer on that matter because we don't know what happened to them.
I
right
can
now.
speak about it because I just arrived when they were going out to the tournaments. So before they went to the tournaments, I went to the trainings just to observe. I didn't know the coaches, just quickly got to know them, talk to the players, and just watch what they do in training. And again, just observing because they're on trial. Because I told the coaches what will happen in this tournament, this will decide our plans for the upcoming season next year. So being frankly honest and brutal, it was, I promise not to swear, it was terrible. It was not good enough, especially the expectations that I had coming here and seeing the players we had. So frankly, truthfully with the coaches, they're all out. All the players, I have a list of some of the players, but many of them, they're out because I don't know who selected them. I'll be honest, I don't know who selected them because some of them, they're not national team players. So we start from scratch regarding the youth. Like I said, I came from grassroots and we select the best regarding the national team, and then we will slowly go up to the youth with the 15, the 17, when there's school tournaments, we will go with our professional opinions and we will select the players. So going back regarding to your comment about the youth team and the post-mortem, for me, it's done. It's over. Getting the feedback I got the feedback from the coaches. The coaches trying to get them an analyze of what happened. They couldn't do. They were trying to explain to me what it was. So again, I was just new. So coming in, explaining what's your post-mortem, what happened, what's the evaluation, the answers I got back, how can I say it? It was not.
So what exactly happened to them the FABD TDD department?
TDD department is still in place. TDD department is still in place.
They're the one who choose the.
Okay.
Yeah, but what?
I'll respond to that. Whatever happens in this organization, at the end of the day, I'm accountable. So I will respond to your query. When I took over this association in late 2019, one of the first things that we embarked was to start the league. I was shocked, when I took over that. Over the years, there was no proper league run. I mean, with all due respect to the former administration, I'm not incriminating anybody, but that was a fact. When we started the league, unfortunately, Mr. COVID came, and he didn't only stop the league in Brunei, but he stopped everything in the world. And there was no activity, football activity in particular, for almost 2 years. So when the windows of opportunity open for us to start playing football again, last year, we started receiving a lot of invitations to participate in a lot of tournaments. And we were anxious to get football restarted and kick-started. So the technical department at the time thought that it would be best to send our players to participate in those tournaments, mainly in Indonesia. But as Paul mentioned, that, what would happen if there is no proper preparations? So, as you rightly observed, we did not do at all well, but at least our players got the exposure. Our coaches got the exposure. Unfortunately, they were exposed to a big shock. There was a post-mortem being undertaken, and then, unfortunately, because of busyness of the daily routines, no final post-mortem was delivered for us to analyze, for us to correct. So that added to my further frustration about how to address our predicaments. So as of today, we realize there are so many things that we need to put right. So we hope that today, it will be a kickstart. Ini titik mula supaya kita ni dapat membisaikan apa yang perlu dibuat. And hopefully, what happened that we did not do right will be done in a better way for the future. Inshallah, if there is a result of the postmortem, we will share it with you. Inshallah. Thank you.
Okay, that's all the time we have for this morning session. I think because it's past 1 o'clock already, I thank the panel. I thank for your participation, and I'll hand over back to Jenny.
Thank you, Haji Zainal and speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a lunch break. We shall return to start promptly at 2:30 for our afternoon session. And lunch is now being served at the same place as our refreshments earlier today. Enjoy your break. We'll see you at 2:30 for the start.